Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
KKFN and KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can.
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
What
does Cecil like to do?
Well, you know what's funny?
I was trying to get into character method acting.
Cecil's going to get geeked out about this. On my trip, I was around at some antique stores over in Ireland, and they didn't have anything DeLorean related, but they had a prototype from Phantom Menace, never released to the public, battle droid toy prototype thing.
Okay.
And so I snatched that up. I brought that over from Ireland.
For Cecil or for yourself?
For me, I'm not Cecil. Come on,
I don't
man.
know. Well, we were talking about Cecil. I didn't know if it was a gift for him.
No.
Okay.
No, it's part of my collection now.
Is that going up? Do you have like a man cave situation at the Jacobs house?
I do not. We're collecting. So I only really collect basically DeLorean stuff. So a lot of it's at the office. So if you sign up at 303 Law 4040, you come in, people get a big kick out of seeing what I have over there. And like every kid that comes in, I have like a big box of DeLorean toys. So they get to pick their own, Hot Wheels, DeLorean, things like that. So a lot going on at the office. It's weird. The Jacobs household, I don't really have, it's a nice house, but there's really not a spot to do all that stuff. So we'll talk about that probably throughout the weekend, of course, but got some stuff for the collection. Feeling pretty good about that. How are you, sir? Now, so let's reset this. We talked about the tribe. This is like one of the original tribes. We've got Dan Jacobs, myself, Dante Gomez to my left, Alex Boteo. I always feel like I'm saying potato.
Is it a hard L, Alex, or is it Boteo?
It's Boteo if you want to be correct, but it doesn't really matter to me.
Interesting. I've always said it with an L.
Well, it's two
and
L's.
No, I know, and I'm Hispanic, so I probably should have known that.
Yeah.
I just kind of assumed it was the L sound.
Como se llama?
Me llamo Dante.
Yeah. See? 2 L's equals Y.
How was that, Alex? Is that pretty good Spanish?
Yeah.
I'm convinced.
Yeah. So we all started, this tribe started kind of together because, Alex, on your first day, they put you on the A team. You're working with Dante and myself on the Dan Jacobs show on the weekend. So kind of cool little tribe moment, huh? So we're all together for the next 4 hours here on Juneteenth. Dante, you're working with The Drive and DenverSports tonight since you've gone to great fame and fortune since the Dan Jacobs show. How have you been, sir?
I've been good, Dan. Just a lot of being around here. I was at Minicamp on Wednesday. That was a lot of fun. A little bit toasty, but the new facility looks absolutely beautiful out there at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Highly recommend anybody, if they get the chance to go down there during training camp, go check it out. Dan, you are looking at me very confused.
The new facility is done?
Pretty much.
The new building that across from the old building?
Yes. Yeah, they're
That's
moving.
done already?
Sean was saying that yesterday. That's why I think Thursday was moving day. Everyone was moving all their stuff over to the locker room.
Wow, that is impressive. Boy,
I'm sure there's going to be some finishing touches. Maybe they still need to fill the actual stuff in the building. But I believe all the construction aspects of it are done.
Wait a minute, Dante. You and I were both out there for camp last July, essentially a year ago. They hadn't even started yet, had they?
They had the cranes up and stuff. That was
Did
Zach's
they?
big joke about the punter that the Broncos drafted, Jeremy Crawshaw. He was nicknaming him Jeremy Craneshaw because he was kicking it as high as the cranes were during training camp. So they were starting. There was some framework of the buildings, but it's all windowed up. The glass is beautiful. They have a big, I think it's called an atrium, maybe. Like it's like the second story I don't know, courtyard kind of thing. It looks absolutely beautiful. So my understanding is that they are going to tear down the old one by the time training camp starts. So within a month from now,
3 weeks from now. Oh no, I guess it's
like
about
5
a month.
weeks. Yeah,
about a month.
Like 4 or 5 weeks from now, that the old one will be torn down and everything will be in the new one at that point.
Wow, that is amazing. They must have done a great job on that. The Walton Penner Group doesn't mess around.
Apparently not.
That's what happens when you bring private business into projects like that, because they know they have budgets to hit, and they know if you don't open the new Walmart, we don't make money. So they get things done. They hit deadlines. That's awesome, man.
Plus, there's no city council, Denver water buildings, or none of the snags they're having with the Burnham Yards lot. I think it was probably a lot cleaner of an operation that they have all the land already down there.
I have to do a little more research on it, so we'll probably talk about it on the Dan Jacobs Show this weekend. But the Burnham Yard thing is interesting because they're basically just saying, look, we got 8 years to get it done. We're moving ahead. Everything else can be overcome. We got the major pieces in place. If we have to buy off a concrete company or do this for the water company or whatever, we'll find a way to get it done. We'll have what do you call them? Town halls with the neighbors to make them feel better. But it's gonna get done. But yeah, it's a lot more complicated. There is an article in the Denver Post I haven't had a chance to read yet that I want to take a look into that casts doubt on how easy it's going to be for them to just make this. So they want it to be the next Taj Mahal of mixed use, basically sports neighborhoods. Not just, hey, we have a nice stadium with a bunch of shiny new things and new suites, but like everything. Not one, but 2 new neighborhoods, shopping, retail, everything. And apparently the Denver Post, at least, says that may not be so easy. You've been through it in Arizona. You and I have talked about it. They tried that out in the boondocks somewhere, and it didn't go so well.
The football stadium actually went pretty well. The hockey arena did not go too well out there, obviously. The Phoenix Coyotes are no longer the Phoenix Coyotes, much probably to do because the fact that they built an arena out in Glendale where no one lived, and it's 45 minutes from everybody. But yeah, they built the new Arizona Cardinals stadium out there, I don't know, probably 20 years ago now. But no, it's a beautiful building out there. They have there's a comedy, what's it called?
Club.
Comedy club out there. There's like a movie theater. There's bars everywhere, tailgating, all of the works. So they get a little bit of everything out there. But yeah, no, I've seen the whole district. That way they can take your money from the tickets,
Correct.
from the parking, from the bars, from those drinks. That way they can get your money everywhere.
Well, and I always give them credit for this. The Comedy Works here in the Tech Center was the first one probably in the area that I can think of that finally got smart to that. Because what used to happen, now you're a young man about town. Have you ever been to the Comedy Works downtown?
I have not. John Davis has been talking to me about it. I've been talking to him about it for probably since I started here. I am a big comedy fan, but I've not been to Comedy Works yet, and he's been trying to get me to go down there. So
we need to go
eventually
down.
I'll get there.
We actually need to. I'll go with you. We need to see John when he's working. But the way it works is the original Comedy Works is just like a little thing in the basement, and they jam you in there, and there's a 2-drink minimum, but it's really tiny. And comics love it because it's intimate and it's good acoustics and stuff. But what it used to be was when I was a young man, we would go downtown for the Comedy Works. That would be our purpose for going downtown. But guess what we did? We went and got some drinks first. We went and got some dinner first, and then we went to the show, and we probably went out drinking after that. We'd go over to like Sing Sing, was a bit nice piano bar thing, and we spent all this money, but almost 10% of it or less went to the Comedy Works.
Even though that was the main feature of
right.
going down there.
And so they said, wait a minute, everybody's coming down to see us, and all the other businesses are benefiting. So that's what they did at Landmark is they said, we're going to just say, come on down to the Comedy Works. You can have dinner here. You can have your drinks here. You can spend all your money right here. You don't have to go anywhere else. And they did that probably, 15 years ago? And I think it's working out pretty well for them. The Broncos want to do that. I'm skeptical.
Well, they're going to do it, first of all. It just may be where they do it.
Well, did the Coyotes do it?
What do you mean?
They did it, right?
Well, yeah, the Coyotes. It was the same facility.
Well, what I'm saying is, they're going to attempt to do it as the Coyotes attempted to do it. And, of course, the Broncos will have more success than the Coyotes. But I don't know. I'm skeptical based on where they chose, whether they're using an outdated model.
Oh, you think?
Particularly also with Kroenke's developing his own neighborhood down there. That's going to be pretty fantastic if it goes as planned. Almost like they're oversaturating and overjudging the interest in this market where apparently, we have more people moving out of Denver than moving in now for the first time in quite some time. So I don't know. It'll be interesting. I'm excited for it. I would have been excited for probably a better location, but they're going all in on it. And I don't know, as a young man, you'll be shooting your mid-30s by the time this thing happens.
I don't know if I'll be a young man by then. I don't even know if I'm a young man now. I don't know if that's
well,
counts.
You're not 30 yet, are you?
No, I'm 28.
So 28. So you'll be in
it.
your mid-30s by then. I don't know. So I don't know what the landscape's going to look like.
No, that is a good point, though, about is it an outdated model? And you see all these statistics about drinking is down nationwide. Movies are down nationwide. And a lot of it is, hey, all this stuff is really expensive. And I'm assuming those drinks in the bars and the restaurants, part of Burnham Yards and that whole facility district, is going to be pretty expensive. So there is a chance that maybe it doesn't necessarily work in terms of people spending their time down there outside of actually going to Broncos games.
All right. Now, so real quick, before we get to break, a couple of texters, very nice. Flattery gets you everywhere in this program. A couple of texters, very nice to me personally on the text line. We appreciate that. But this texter, I won't use his name or any identifying information, but he says, I'm an engineer, and the new stadium will be delayed due to the Denver Water Building, which was built around 2015 by my company. We are in the running for the new stadium, and we've been told to, quote, expect delays that could take months. So that's interesting. We can continue the conversation because there's a difference between when the government tries to do something, see the VA hospital, which, Dante, I'm sure you know nothing about, but it was billions over budget and years over budget, and it was just a money sinkhole that could never get figured out till it finally opened, versus private industry like the Broncos getting something done. But with construction, there are delays. I think they actually have time, but we'll talk about it more. We got lots of Broncos to get into. You were out at camp. We will talk Avs. A little bit going on with the Avalanche. I've been doing a little bit of research on that. And then also Nuggets as well. Could be a big week for the Denver Nuggets coming up next week. So glad to be with you. You guys get involved. Tribe Roll Call. Dante Gomez, Dan Jacobs, Alex Pateo, filling in for the Tribe, Josh Dover, and Cecil Lammy here on The Fan.
One can't stay on the court. The other can't stay on the field. There are certain things that are putting Aaron Gordon and J.K. Dobbins in the same conversation, and neither one should be happy about it.
So is Aaron Gordon now in the J.K. Dobbins category in your mind, that it's not a matter of when he gets hurt or if he gets hurt, it's when he gets hurt, and how long will he be out? I mean, is it, at this point, is this just the way he's going to be?
Yeah.
A part-time player, and you're going to be holding your breath, especially come playoff time, every game.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
DeerTrailMeatCo.com. DeerTrailMeatCo.com. I've been out of the country for a couple weeks, and I'm back, and I can't wait tonight to grill up some of that delicious DeerTrailMeatCo.com beef and pork. I missed it while I was out. I'm always a little leery going out of the country. I've never been out of the country that much, but traveling other places, I get a little bit leery. I like what I like, and I like Deer Trail Meat Co. I know I can trust the beef. I know it's raised right here locally on the family ranch in Bennett, and then taken to the meat locker up the road in Deer Trail, where it will be prepared to your specifications. Depending on your bundle, you can kind of choose how you put things together, and they will deliver it to your front door with a money-back guarantee. It's fantastic. I want you to go to the website, check it out, so you can see, what does it look like? I know the biggest question I had was okay, sounds good. I'm going to buy. I'm going to have a tremendous savings, and I'm going to fill up my freezer, but how does it work? Well, everything's right there. They got YouTube videos. They got everything for you. So check it out, DeerTrailMeatCo.com.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Don't miss the Tree Farm's Father's Day sale. Now through Father's Day. The Tree Farm has been family owned and cared for since 1980. See what's on sale at thetreefarm.com. Now get 25% off all sizes of flowering shrubs, including lilac, spirea, butterfly bush, and more. 3-year-old old-fashioned purple or white lilacs, now just $67.46 each. Now through Father's Day. Come see.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
When a semi-truck hits you, it's not always just a fender bender. First, it's the missed work. Then the medical bills pile up. And these big rig companies can move fast with teams of lawyers, investigators, and denials. If you're not ready, you're already behind. At the Berg Simpson Law Firm, we've handled these cases for decades. So if you've been struck by an 18-wheeler, call us at Berg Simpson today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Water is essential to life.
Humans are 60% water.
Water carved the Grand Canyon and it pummels boulders into sand.
But a little water leak in your roof can cause mold and deterioration of your home.
Let Denver Roof Pros stay on top of your roof with our preventative roof service plans to prolong your roof's life and protect your home and the people you love.
Check it out at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Off and running on Juneteenth. Dan Jacobs, Dante Gomez, Alex Pateo behind the glass. Couple of texts on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Juneteenth, and I get Dan on my radio for a weekday. I'm in for it. The only lawyer number in my phone. To which I replied, thank you. You are currently in the lead for texter of the day. By the way, good to see Ty Fuji from the morning show fame. I always gave him a hard time because, you know, his family runs a dojo. Do you know he's a deadly human being behind there?
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised you were giving him a hard time.
Yeah, but I give him a hard time because I was like, well, you know, who can you take out in your family? You know, because they're all working there together at the dojo, his brother, his mom, his dad. I said, do you think you could take your old man? You know, because this old man's got to be like a wise, sage veteran like you see in the movies, right? Not veteran, but, you know, sensei, I don't know, like the lead guy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right? Like, you know,
you're painting a picture, I can see it.
When you go into Kill Bill and, you know, the character goes to train in the mountains of wherever, Tibet, and she can't, like, this old guy, the white beard, shows her how to do everything. And so I assume his dad's like that. And I'm like, well, did you think you could take out your old man? And he goes into the spiel. He basically says, well, I'm really good with weapons. I'm like, well, yeah.
I think everybody's good with weapons.
Exactly. That's
no
my
offense,
point.
Ty,
Yeah, no offense. Like, give me a shotgun, and I have a pretty good shot at pretty much anybody. I don't know. So I give him a hard time. But I'm over there in Ireland, and I'm on the hunt for DeLorean stuff. And I go into this little antique shop, Michael O'Connell's. It's over there on Francis Street. And there's this weapon, this old antique leather, like blackjack weapon. And I should have bought it. I didn't buy it. I'm like, because I didn't know, because he ripping me off. I felt like I was getting ripped off. I go do some research. I find out, no, it's a really good price. So I go back. It's gone. It's gone. Now I'm obsessing over this thing I can't have. Why am I doing that, Dante? It's gone. It's in the past.
You could always probably get one online or something.
I'm looking at you. I can't. So I will obsess. I will look, and but it's gone. It's a lost opportunity. You got to
the one that got away.
The one that got away. I'll eventually find one. I like this text. It says, I'm just going to trust the billionaires on the real estate stuff. I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah, true. I mean, I don't think. But didn't the Phoenix Coyotes trust the billionaires?
Yeah. Unfortunately, their owner was not very good. But to me, I trust the Walton Penner Group completely. It's more I don't trust the government and the hoops and the what is it called, like the tape?
Red tape.
The red tape. As far as the Broncos building their new stadium, moving everything out of where the current Burnham Yards lot is, and making sure that's clear. And I think the water building needs to get rebuilt elsewhere.
Yeah.
That's been a big holdup as well.
The Broncos just rebuilt a. I was amazed, right? Because you told me like they had a dirt field a year ago, and now they have a beautiful, brand new, state-of-the-art.
Well, no,
complex,
it's not the Broncos' fault, but it's people petitioning like, oh, we don't want the water building to go here, where the proposed new area. I think it's one of the parking lots of the current Empower Field, and that's been a big holdup of the community around there. It's like, no, you're not building the water building here. To me, if the Broncos don't end up building at Burnham Yard, it has nothing to do with the Broncos themselves. It has to do with all the external factors.
Yeah, it's interesting that it was right before I left, but the mystery of Lot M, which apparently has been this legendary tailgate lot.
Our own Joe Goodwin.
Yes,
tailgates
Joe. Well, he did, not anymore.
Well, that's true.
Right. And so all of a sudden, the Lot M's just gone, right? And I don't know if they figured out what it's like, going to be like, moving forward, where you got a tailgate to. But yeah, it's just gone. It's just a mystery. So I think obviously they're going to get it done. What they want, they're going to get, which is amazing, right? I talked about, I think maybe you and I talked about it, Dante, what it must be like, also you, Alex, to take as a person, a human being, right? I consider myself a pretty humble guy. I don't like to think of other stuff as mine. I don't want to say, well, that's mine. I can just go take it, right? But at some point, the Broncos looked around at the map of Denver, and they said, yeah, I want to put my stuff there. Well, yeah, but other people live there and own that stuff. And like the government just bought that whole facility like 5 years ago. Who cares?
See, I don't see it that way. I see the Broncos as kind of bending the knee to the people, saying, hey, you guys want to keep the stadium in Denver? This is probably the only logical spot that we can keep it in Denver.
Well, but it wasn't a spot that's available.
Like Burnham Yard, you're saying?
Well, no, they had to go get it. They gobbled up. And this
where else?
And they're making demands of the guy. No, I'm
there's
fine.
No undeveloped land in Denver, Dan.
I'm
Denver
just
proper.
Well, the Burnham Yard's not developed.
Well, that's my point. That was the only spot they
all
had.
sorts of land in Commerce City, like whatever.
But that's not Denver. They could go to Lone Tree. I've heard Lone Tree is, I think Zach quoted yesterday, plug and play at Lone Tree.
Mm-hmm.
So if there ends up being more hiccups down there at Burnham Yard, I think Lone Tree is definitely on the table.
Yeah, I would love to see it in Lone Tree. Also out by the airport. I thought.
Dan, I wouldn't say that into the mic. I think you might get killed for that.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. Because
people are Stokely's almost the opposite reason that he wants it not to be in Lone Tree. Everyone else wants it to be in Denver because it's the Denver Broncos. They've always been downtown. They show the skyline of Denver. You got the stadium there. It's beautiful. All of that. Stokely doesn't want it down in Lone Tree because he's down that way. He doesn't want
all the rich people,
the ruckus.
Don't want the commoners like us to muck up their beautiful landscape down there. I think that would be a highly convenient location that I and most people would be more likely to visit on a regular basis outside of a game day if we were in Lone Tree. I don't go to Denver.
I think you're misreading the most people. Most people want it in Denver, Dan.
I want to put it out. I'm not saying most people. I don't disagree that most people say they want it in Denver. My question is not that. My question is, because here's what the Broncos are banking on, that people are going to want to go to that the other 6 days of the week. There's only 9 or 10 home games a year. So they're going to bank on, okay, we're going to draw people to this attraction. So that's what, 355 days a year that they're guaranteed they're going to have some action. They're saying the other 355 days a year, we're going to draw people in because we're going to make it so stinking cool.
Well,
go ahead.
I was going to add on, there's going to be more days. It's going to be closed. They're going to be able to hold concerts there year-round, not just in the summertime, which, I mean, concert in the summer at Empire Field's incredible, but they're going to be able to hold them in the winter, even when it's bad weather. They're going to be able to hold Final Fours, monster jams, all that kind of stuff. So I think it might end up getting more use than just those 11 days out of the year.
Well, naturally. But what they're saying is we want it to be used 360 days a year. We want people coming to our palace, laying their money in our pockets all the time. My only question, and I don't know the answer, I know they're gambling that they're betting on downtown. They're betting that people are still going to want to go there. What I'm seeing is the people with money don't want to be there. And that a decade from now, when the team stinks, and why am I going down there? What I thought with Lone Tree was there's two different cultures around people that work in downtown and in the tech center. If you work downtown and you want to go out to lunch, you've paid to park your car somewhere. You're not getting in your car. You're going to go walk somewhere. In the tech center, you'll drive somewhere. You're not going to walk to Burnham Yard from your downtown office. It's just not going to happen. You might Uber if you really want to get down there. But for those of us that work in the tech center, we get in our car and drive to lunch every day. I would be more than happy to drive to the new Bronco land if it has good stuff. I'm not going downtown for it, though. So that was my thing.
I think that's fair.
I think I would be a lot more likely as the average consumer here in Denver to use this more than just on game days. But I don't know. Like RamosLaw.com text line, you tell me. Are you going to go down there? I want answers out of both of you. Alex, you have your lifestyle. Dante, you have your lifestyle. Both of you tell me, are you going to go? How often, realistically, are you going to go to a new Bronco land?
I mean, I'm not going to go for lunch breaks. I don't think that's maybe their ultimate goal of moving it over there. But maybe on like a Thursday night, go watch a movie down there, or Friday, Saturday night if they have some fun bars and whatnot, restaurants. So I depends what it looks like, depends what the environment ends up being. But I'm not going to rule out going there on non-Broncos game days.
What about you, Alex?
I think as long as if it's like a McGregor Square situation where there's just a lot of like things to do outside of it, they're hosting watch parties, they're hosting events, there's a good restaurant there, something like that, I'm more than happy to go down there. I don't care where it is, as long as the environment is good and they're putting on something that's more entertaining, you know, on a night-to-night basis, where it's not like I'm only going to be there if there's football. If it's like, yeah, they're putting on a Nuggets watch party, I want to be down there. So I think it doesn't matter where it goes. I'd be willing to go down there.
Here's an interesting text. It says, I've been delivering water for 13 years downtown, and COVID killed downtown. Most buildings are 50% full. That's another interesting thing that they're betting on right now, where what was the stat that I just heard? That Denver is one of the top cities in the nation that did not go back to work. I think a lot of companies said, you know what, we could save a lot of money on real estate if why do we have to have these buildings everybody shows up to every day? Just make them work from home. But a lot of companies, I think, saw a big hit in productivity, so they said, we're going to bring it back to the office. The state of Colorado, apparently in Denver, they're still holding out. They're like, we don't want to rent more space. I mean, we spend a lot of money just housing these people. So I don't know if the trend's going to go back or not. What will be your guess?
Yeah, we're going to find out. I know a lot of my friends that have other jobs or, more normal, that 9-to-5 jobs. They've been getting more and more in-office days. It started out as kind of that hybrid role of 2 days in the office, 3 days at home, and then it's been shifting more and more. So one of my friends' companies just instituted, I think it's 4 days in office now. So I think more and more you're getting more of that 4 or 5 days in office compared to what we were seeing like 2-3 years ago.
I hear what you're saying. I would put my money on downtown over Lone Tree all day. Maybe the rich folks of Parker or Highlands Ranch will go to Lone Tree just to hang out. But otherwise, it's a lot more people would prefer to go downtown. Well, that's what I'm trying to find out. Do people still like to go downtown? All right, Dante Gomez, Alex Pateo, Dan Jacobs here on Juneteenth.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Jacob's Law, 303-LAW 4040, 303-LAW 4040. It's funny, we were just mentioning, the trend to work from home, and it's funny because that's how I actually was able to poach my wife from this job she had for 20 years with a company. Actually, Irv Brown got her the job, but they sent her home, and they said, you know what, we've made the decision. You are going to be 100% permanent work from home the rest of the time that you work for this company. She hated it. She loves people. She loves being around people. So we said, let's start our own thing. We started Jacob's Law and 303-LAW 4040 about 4 years ago, not quite 4 years ago, and she absolutely loves it. I barely got her to go on vacation with me last week because she hates leaving her. She considers our clients family. She loves to take care of our clients, and she does a fantastic job. In fact, when you call 303-LAW 4040, you're not getting some call center or some AI voice bot. You're going to speak directly with me or my lovely wife, Kimberly. I hope you never need it, but accidents do happen, so save that number in your phone. It's 303-LAW 4040. That's 303-LAW 4040.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Deck Builders builds more decks than anyone in Colorado. As their owner, Ron Gibbous, explains, it's because they work together so well with their customers.
There's going to be a project manager that contacts the customer 1 to 3 weeks before the deck. Once the crew gets there, there's a crew lead. Every morning when they get there, they explain to the customer, this is what we're doing today. Do you have any questions? Do you have any concerns? We really bend over backwards.
Start planning your ultimate outdoor living space with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Flatland Cavalry. Shane Smith and the Saints. Fiddler's Green Amphitheater, Saturday, June 20th. Get your tickets now at AXS.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. General Contractors, are you tired of working with 8 different subs for a single project? Homestrong is the answer. Their crews handle excavation, foundations, waterproofing, crawl spaces, and flat work. Visit buildhomestrong.com. You'll never go wrong with Homestrong.
There's a difference between the cameras you buy at Home Depot and the cameras Vantage installs. Consumer cameras give you a grainy silhouette. Vantage cameras can read a license plate at the end of your driveway with full color night vision, 24/7 recording, and no monthly subscription fees, so you never miss a thing. Invest in real security for your home. Schedule a free Vantage Threat Zone Analysis report for your property. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit vssicolorado.com today.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey, this is Ella Langley. Here's my new song, Word for the Wind, on 98.5 KYGO.
A little controversy on the RamosLaw.com text line. Because I have Zeke and a few other guys that are right now tied for texture of the day for saying kind words about, they love hearing the judge on a weekday basis and this and that. Now you're saying there's some other texts that maybe should go on the
There was a
top of the
very kind
leaderboard?
gentleman to me as well. Looking forward to me being on air with you today. So I think some competition for texture of the day.
Okay. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. So there is one that I wanted to. Well, here's one. Burnham Yard is not downtown. It's a unique, cool location that will only get better. Okay. Skip from Highlands Ranch. I will go downtown to the new stadium area. Plus, Lone Tree is a terrible location transit-wise. C470 is already congested. Only one light rail transit line to the areas where there are multiple lines with access to Burnham Yards. Putting a stadium in a residential area is just asking for trouble and property devaluation. And there was another one that was talking about the transportation and they're a season ticket holder, but they've got some reservations. Here it is. Bryce here. I'm a season ticket holder. Had tickets since the 70s. I can tell you I'm not going to the Burnham Yard or anything other than the Bronco game. I'm not going to Burnham Yard for anything other than the Bronco game, and I pray to God they have sufficient parking and also bring back the RTT buses that would drop us off right at the stadium. Traffic has been a nightmare since they stopped this, and it's much more expensive and difficult to get in and out of the stadium area, and that's all I care about. I could care less about nightlife and other amenities. Thank you for checking in, Bryce. I have another question for you, Bryce, in just a second. But my understanding is, Dante, so far from what we've seen, they do want, and that's probably going to be a big boon for us. Denver, for whatever reason, we have a pretty good bus system, which we call RTD. I don't know how it compares to what you grew up with in Arizona, but we do have a pretty good bus system. But we don't, light rail, God, man, have we had light rail for 30 years now, 20, 30 years now?
That long? Wow.
It's been around for quite some time.
Well, I'll tell you this. Light years ahead of Arizona's light rail
Really?
system.
Really?
Yeah, we have a couple lines in Arizona. There's one that goes from Tempe, like ASU's campus, to downtown. That's pretty much the only useful light rail that we have.
Okay.
But that's probably a quarter of the total light rail, so not very much going on. Denver has a much better system.
Well, what we were promised 20 or 30 years ago was we're just going to get this thing built out and it'll be everywhere. There's going to be the wave of the future. It's kind of a part of the fabric of our life, I guess. I mean, I don't know if I've used. I got to be honest with you. In my
big time Dan Jacobs, he doesn't have time for public transit.
I don't know that I've. By the way, I took it to one of the times I've taken it was to take the bar exam. I didn't want to stress with traffic and parking downtown, so I was staying in Lone Tree. Jumped on right here at the Orchard Station. Bloop, went down, went to the convention center. Bloop, came back both days. It was nice, but I've probably taken light rail a handful of times in my entire life, but we don't have the greatest public transportation system. It's my understanding that there's going to be like some sort of monorail thing that's going to drop you right off at the front door of the stadium, which I think we need monorail, and I think they're expecting that to go all the way up to Wyoming, go down to the Springs, maybe Pueblo, go all over the place. The fact that we don't have monorail or some sort of high-speed rail anywhere is crazy to me. The fact that we have so many beautiful places that you could get to skiing-wise. How do we not have something to the ski areas?
Well, there is a train that goes from downtown to maybe Winter Park, I want to say.
A high-speed train?
I don't know if it's high-speed, but there is a train that it's not like crazy long. It's probably like an hour or two.
Okay.
Are you familiar with The Simpsons? Have you seen when they this scammer guy comes in and tries to build a monorail in
No, I did not.
in Springfield? No, it's okay. But he basically is like, oh, you guys have all this money? Well, I'll build you guys a monorail.
Right.
That's what you're basically pitching to me right now, Dan.
Yeah. And it's funny because that's actually was John DeLorean's next big idea too. But it's used successfully in many other places. It's used successfully in freaking Disneyland.
I think they have one there,
Disney
yeah.
World, or is it Disney? I think it was Disney
both.
World.
I think it's Disney World. Disneyland doesn't have a monorail.
Yeah, Disney World. It makes sense. It's weird. We don't have a subway here, which I'm not saying we should, but we should have a lot more than we do.
Got a whole bunch of them. There's probably 50 in the Denver metro area.
Subways?
Yeah. Jersey Mike's, Quiznos. I think they got all of them.
Well, first off, Jersey Mike's is not a subway. That was bad. That was poorly executed. Very poorly executed.
No, I was expanding on the sandwiches because
I know,
obviously it went over your head.
Subway.
Dan.
No, I understand, but you're not. Colorado Subway. Everything isn't Subway. Quiznos is not Subway.
No, I know.
Jersey Mike's is not Subway.
I'm aware.
Quiznos founded here. So anyway, all right, that's on you. So my question for Bryce is, though, he says he's been a season ticket holder from the 70s, and I get onto this a lot on my show. This notion that because we're seeing it with the Indiana Bears now, the notion that if we want to continue to have the privilege of the Broncos staying here, that we should pay for that privilege, either through a PSL or through government funding or whatever, because these poor billionaires can't possibly afford to handle the load of this huge money-making project. Bronco Land, 2 new neighborhoods, shopping, retail, all that stuff. They've got to get some help, Dante. In one form or another, it's looking like it's probably going to come on the backs of loyal season ticket holders like Bryce that have had tickets since the 1970s. And they're going to have to help finance the next new profit stream for the Walton Penner Group. What are your thoughts on something like that?
You're talking like PSLs?
PSLs or government funding or taxpayers?
I don't think there's going to be too much government funding outside of maybe redoing some of the water, the sewer systems, and maybe a highway exit, that kind of stuff. I don't think any of the government funding is going to go towards the stadium itself. So at least that's a positive when you're looking at other cities around the country. Like Chicago's kind of being held hostage by the Bears because they're saying, hey, we're going to need government funding if we want to stay in downtown Chicago here. So at least it's not that. But PSLs, if you are going to use outside funding, I think it makes the most sense to use funding from people that are actually going to be going to the stadium and using the amenities there, like season ticket holders. So I think if the two options are government funding or PSLs, I think PSLs makes more sense.
I actually agree with that in that, yes, that's what makes the most sense. Rather than put it on the taxpayers, yes, pass that cost on to your paying customers. That was kind of Comcast's argument against Altitude, right? It was like, hey, man, most of the people don't want this channel. We're happy to pass the cost along to anybody that's willing to pay for it. And Stan Kroenke was like, no, that doesn't fit our business model. Well, sorry. But that was the argument, and that's what wound up happening. And it comes to a question of, actually, we'll have to continue this conversation on the next segment, but is there because later in the show, I'm going to talk about how the Nuggets paying the luxury tax would be probably immoral. Is it immoral for the Broncos ownership group to drive off their most loyal, passionate fans for ones that have more money? We'll get into that coming up next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Last stop, Arvada. June 26th from 2 to 6 at Arvada Beer Garden.
That was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Minicamp reminds us of something important. No one was meant to do life alone. Every great team has teammates, coaches, and accountability. The same is true for men. If you're trying to navigate life on your own, it's time to find your team. Join a New Path men's group in person or virtually and build faith-filled brotherhood that helps you lead at home, at work, and in life. And while you're at it, check out the latest music from New Path Worship and stream their newest song. Visit newpathonthefan.com to learn more, because no man was meant to walk alone.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Don't miss the Tree Farms Father's Day sale. Now through Father's Day, get up to 30% off all sizes of evergreen trees, including pine, spruce, upright, juniper, and more. Or get up to 30% off all sizes of shade and flowering trees, including linden, maple, crabapple, honey locust, and a lot more. And get 20% off all ornamental grasses and thousands of hardy perennials to choose from. Come see.
25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the tree farm.
Hey, Robbie Andino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases and 300 trials. My entire family's military, and I want to carry that legacy over to helping you grunts and officers out. If you've got a divorce going on, or you got a domestic violence, or heck, if you've even been put in handcuffs, give me a ring immediately. I've never lost a DV trial. That leads me to be a beast in a courtroom, in a divorce case, in a custody case. Let's face it, the paper-pushing telephone softies can't compete. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com or give me a ring, 720-706-5151.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. Denver's recent hailstorm hit hard. Golf ball size hail, to be exact. Damaged shingles, cracked siding, dented gutters. You might not see it from the ground, but your roof took a beating. And I don't want you to wait around for a leak to find out. Call Monarch Construction and Roofing today for your free no-obligation storm damage inspection. Monarch works directly with your insurance company, so you don't have to. Monarch Construction and Roofing, your local Denver storm damage experts. Visit monarchroofing.com to schedule your appointment today. Monarch Roofing is your official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
Bank of America, sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026, dedicated to offering solutions to help businesses meet their goals. bankofamerica.com/gamechangers.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Dan Jacobs and Dante Gomez filling in for Dover and Cecil. Josh Dover, isn't it crazy? He's competing against his own show right now. I think he's over on KYGO. Trying to steal our listeners. He tries to steal the Dan Jacobs Show listeners all the time. Now he's trying to steal his own listeners? Come on, man. By the way, I forgot, the Champ Honda YouTube chat line. And this is an interesting one. I love MPJ-J9M says, Broncos paid $5 billion for the team, then threw like $100 million at their stadium to modernize it, knowing they're about to spend $5 billion on a new design. They have a team because they were rich and used nearly all their money I can't even get through it with a straight face. And they used all their money to get the team and are using the team's profits to not be poor after spending all their money. The poor Broncos, the poor Walmart heirs.
Yeah, just the richest ownership group in the NFL.
I love MPJ. I love MPJ. I love it. Thank you for chipping into the show on the Champ Honda YouTube chat line. Are you a comedy writer? Are you writing comedy? Is that what you're doing?
Some satire.
So here's where I get hung up on, Dante. The question I posed before the break, this immoral argument. We have a situation where I don't remember the exact number. I thought it was like $70 billion that Robson Walton himself had when he went to buy the Broncos. Later, And that was what, 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, they've been the owner for
almost 4 years.
Yeah, maybe 4 years, 4 or 5. 4.
Yeah, I think it's
4-ish sounds right.
Yeah, because they had the Nathaniel Hackett year, and then 3 years with Sean Payton. Right, makes sense.
Yeah, 3 plus 1.
Okay, so let's say 4 years. So 4 years ago, they were. I think he was worth about $50 billion, maybe $70 billion. 3 or 4 years ago. Any guess as to what Robson Walton, not Greg and his wife,
got 200.
200 billion?
Yeah, he's tripled it.
He has tripled it. If it was at 50, he's about 150.
Okay,
that's a lot.
A little bit more than double then.
Yeah,
that's
depending
that's a
on
lot of money. Do you think he'd? I feel like that's the kind of money where he could just give me like $1 million and it would be fine.
Yeah, Sean Boyd brought that up. He's like, why can't they just give everybody $1 million?
Not everybody, just me.
Well, you already have $1 million, all right? I know about you guys.
I wish.
All right? I know about the Gomez legacy. I know what's going on over there. Places in Telluride and nice places in Arizona. I know that. All right, so here's where the morality comes into it. First off, no, they didn't spend all their money. That is a different question, right? Like, I just looked it up again. Who owns the Chicago Bears? Chicago Bears is still owned.
The McCaskey family, right?
By them. They still own about 80% of the team. So I can understand their argument that, yeah, we appear rich on paper, like the Monforts used to be, or the Bolins, right? Well, on paper, yes, but that's all wrapped up into the net worth of the team, and if we don't sell the team, we don't actually have the money.
Yeah, they're not liquid.
They're not liquid. So I could see that being actually a reality for the Chicago Bears. That's not a reality for the Denver Broncos. It was a reality for Pat Bowlen when he needed taxpayer money to get a new stadium for the Broncos, which was necessary for them to stay afloat financially. The Walton Penner Group doesn't need it. Stan Kroenke doesn't need it. So this notion that, well, they have to find a way to get their money back, that we have to subsidize in some way their new fortune, it just, I'm not saying they don't have a right to get money. I'm just hoping they stay within reason. So, for example, the question before the break is it immoral to buy up? Obviously, the Broncos are a private enterprise, but it's kind of almost quasi because we feel like they're ours too. And that the reason they're such a success is because the people of this area have invested their blood, sweat, tears, passion, money into making it a $5 to $10 billion proposition.
The old the fans pay the player's salary.
Well,
statement.
They kind of do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's where you're getting at there.
Right. So the fans are responsible for, and particularly with the Broncos, who started from nothing. They were, obviously a bad team. The fans were loyal. They got to the first Super Bowl. People, Dante, were painting their houses orange and blue in the 70s. They've been extremely loyal. They're still, if you look league-wide. So, for example, I was doing an analysis on the Dan Jacobs Show last time I was on the air. You would think freaking every NFL stadium is sold out, right? Season ticket-wise, you would think.
Yeah, I would assume so. I don't think there's too many teams that have just open season ticket slots.
Yeah, there's like maybe up to half of them, and not even just bad teams, good teams.
Well, I was
going
to say
the Niners.
Oh, really? Those kind of teams aren't.
You can
full.
go on the Raiders with their new stadium. You can log on. I'm not talking about resale market. I'm talking about you can log on to their website right now, and if you want to pony up that PSL, you get season tickets. So the point of that is the Broncos owners are in a unique position where they have one of the most loyal fan bases in the sport. So is it right for them to say, even if economically they can make it happen, that they can say, well, we're going to do like we did with the South Standers. When they built the new stadium, you probably weren't aware of this, Dante. The South Standers were a rowdy group. They'd been partying together for 20, 30 years. They drank hard. They cheered hard. They played hard. And the Broncos didn't like that. And so they split those guys up. It affected home field advantage. So when you have people that have been doing this for 30 or 40 years, that have been loyal with you through thick and thin, remember when they were really bad during like Drew Lock and all those Super Bowl champion Drew Lock?
It's hard to forget.
Super Bowl champion Drew Lock, I just saw his picture of his Super Bowl ring. Even the no-shows weren't even that bad. Like what was it? People would.
Dan, I went to a game where it was, I think, a 3-13 Arizona Cardinals team versus a 4-12 Denver Broncos game. It was freezing cold, middle of December. My buddy had bought flights to come out and go to the game with me, so we had already bought tickets. All of that, we kind of stuck going. Dan, that game was 80, 90% full.
See?
And it was a horrible. It wasn't even Russell Wilson or Kyler Murray. It was both teams' backup quarterbacks as well. And the game was 80% full. Every third down, the place was going nuts. People were stomping around. Yes, the Denver Broncos definitely have one of the more loving fan bases through thick and through
So
thin.
when you have these people that have made this franchise so profitable, is it right? I'm not saying legally, I'm saying morally. Is it right to go to them and say, hey, thank you for your loyalty. Thank you for your business. We would love for you to continue being customers, but now you need to pay us for the privilege to continue owning your seats. And I'm not talking about paying for your season tickets. I'm saying you have to pay a king's ransom on top of that. Give us another $50,000 or $100,000 to sit in the same seats in the new stadium.
I mean, it's probably not exactly the right thing to do if you're talking about that they're billionaires and you're asking just the normal everyday person to do this kind of stuff. But I will say the Broncos are going out of their way to keep the stadium in Denver. And I think they deserve some props for that. It's probably the more expensive route than building down. You don't think it would be cheaper for the Broncos ownership group to build a new stadium down in Lone Tree versus Burnham Yard? You don't think Burnham Yard's a more expensive route for these guys?
Well, I'm not sure on that, but what I don't think they're trying to build the cheapest.
No, that's what I'm saying.
It'd be cheaper to build it in Lyman.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I said they're going above and beyond by trying to keep it in Denver here.
There's no nobility in that. What are you talking about?
I think I think there
all hail the Walton Penner Group, saviors of the franchise. They're spending money to keep the team in Denver. They're keeping the team in Denver because they see the potential to build not one but two new neighborhoods and pocket all that money, and they're looking with dollar signs in their eyes, not because, they listen to the fans and they don't want to be like the Indiana Bears. Come on, Dante.
I think there's a part of it that is they want to do right by the fans, so they're going to keep it in Denver.
Come on.
Versus moving out towards the airport or moving down south in Lone Tree. So I'm going to give them props for going above and beyond, spending the extra money to keep it here in Denver versus some of the other options. So I think it's okay to ask for this. I think every stadium basically asks. That's the new standard, is every stadium's going to ask for PSLs. So I don't know what makes the Broncos ownership group any different than these other stadiums that are building.
Well, because not every ownership group has a fan base that sells out all their season tickets every year. Dynasties like the Chiefs don't have that. The Niners don't have that. There are some very surprising teams on the list. So they have a unique situation here in that they have a fan base that is going to reward them financially without having to stick it to your most loyal customers for the last 30 or 40 years. That's what's different.
I don't know. I don't see that big of a problem with it. But again, I'm not the one paying for PSL. I don't have season tickets, so it is what it is, I guess. But it's not that I'm for or against it as much as I think the most realistic view of it is that it's just that's what's going to happen.
All right, 1 hour down, Dante. Good work out of you. Josh Dover and Cecil Lammy enjoying Juneteenth. Elsewhere, we are here filling in for the next 3 hours. Stick with us.
2 arrests, felony charges, excused from minicamp. Jonathan Cooper's future in Denver has never been more uncertain. Is it fair to think it's over for him in Denver?
There's some moments where I'm like, man, at the end of the day, if the law and the league don't take him off the Denver Broncos, are the Denver Broncos going to be the ones to say, this is our new standard? Yeah. And despite us giving you a $60 million contract and being a huge part of our defense, you're still gone? I just keep going back and forth. If I had to choose right now, I think he's done as a Bronco.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
DeerTrailMeatCo.com. DeerTrailMeatCo.com. You've often wondered, you've been at a barbecue or a cookout and you're talking with guys around the grill and you're like, yeah, hey, you know what we should do? We should buy a whole cow and divvy it up and we'll save a lot of money. It'll be great. And you never do. Why? Because who knows how to do that? And who wants to split up a cow 3 or 4 different ways, right? You have no idea how to do that. Well, DeerTrailMeatCo.com solves those problems. If you go to their website, they're going to show you exactly how it works, and you don't have to chip in with anybody else. You can buy whatever package you want. You just want to try it out, dip your toe in, you can get 1/8 of a cow. You want to do a quarter cow, half cow, full cow, anything you want. They're going to deliver it to your front door with a money-back guarantee. The first time I did it with somebody else, I wasn't happy with the quality of it. I'm very happy with the quality of Deer Trail, and if I'm not happy, they give me my money back just like they will for you. So I want you to check them out. YouTube videos, cutting specification tools, all sorts of neat information. Check them out right now. You're sitting there with your phone in your hand. Go to DeerTrailMeatCo.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This Father's Day, put the focus on Dad's happy place, his garage. Shop more ways to organize, more ways to build, and more ways to spend time together. With low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. Get him a rolling toolbox or a wall-mounted organizer to keep it all in place. Or save on power tools like the Ryobi 2-tool driver drill combo kit for just $99. Make Father's Day about building something together with a little help from the Home Depot. Exclusions apply. See homedepot.com/price match for details.
The playoffs bring out the teams that perform when the pressure is highest and every possession matters. When you're bidding an electrical project, you don't want a streaky shooter. You want a team with a 40-year winning record. That's Piper Electric. From commercial construction to EV charging, fire alarms, power distribution, and preventative maintenance, their electricians are safety-driven, highly skilled, and ready for complex environments. So when your project goes out for bids, take the high percentage shot. Visit piperelectric.com.
It's no secret that the checkout line feels a lot heavier. If those daily essentials are ending up on a credit card, those double-digit interest rates are quietly draining your bank account. If that debt is starting to feel heavy, you're not alone. And if you're a homeowner, you've likely looked at your mortgage rate and thought, I can't touch that. With American Financing's Smart Equity Loan, you don't have to. It allows you to wipe out high-interest debt and lower your monthly overhead while keeping your primary mortgage intact. It's a surgical strike against debt. Unlike a fluctuating HELOC, the Smart Equity Loan is a fixed-rate loan, giving you a predictable monthly payment. At American Financing, there are never any upfront fees to find out what you qualify for. Guys, talk to a salary-based mortgage consultant today. Experts who are paid to help you save, not sell you more than you need. So call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
have Justin Adams on later in the show, and he's going to kind of enlighten us about somebody getting honored at Coors Field later today. Pretty cool story, so you guys can look forward to that later on. Me and Dan just spent the first hour going back and forth on the Broncos' potential new stadium district down there at Burnham Yards. We're going to shift gears a little bit, keep it with the Broncos, but go to more of the on-field product of the Denver Broncos. Good conversation there. If you want to go back and listen in the podcast, I'm sure Alex will have that up in the next couple hours here, if it's not already.
Then we'll get to hear about how you extolled the virtues and the nobility of the Walton Penner ownership group. So just kindly, out of the charity and the goodness of their heart, doing everything it takes to keep the team in Denver proper.
I didn't realize I was hosting with James Marilad. Just hates every single ownership group here.
I never said that. I just like the fans. That's all. I
know pro fan, man of the people, Dan Jacobs.
Yeah.
While you're driving around in your Lexus and your DeLorean.
Oh, come on now. Come on. Well, you were out at Minicamp,
but
sir.
yes, that's where we're about to go.
Wait a minute. What you got over there in your hand?
Well, I got something, Dan. This doesn't apply to me, unfortunately, at least not that I know of. But is your child interested in picking up the game of football? Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan for our 3rd annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan youth football camp presented by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Children aged 8 to 14 can enjoy hands-on coaching from former Denver Broncos players such as Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, as well as the staff of coaches from Denver South. All proceeds benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. For more information and to register your child, head to denversports.com/camp. Dan, you have any of your kids interested in going to our football camp?
No. Well, I have 3 daughters.
I think they might be out of the age range as well.
3 daughters. One of them is 8. She does what used to be called, now it's called artistic swimming. Used to be called synchronized swimming.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's her deal. She likes that.
Okay, well, it should be a good time out there. I know Phil's been looking forward to it. He's coaching his own son's team this year.
Oh.
So he should be a pro at coaching by the time the football camp comes around.
Absolutely.
But, all right, let's go back to this week. Minicamp, Denver Broncos on the field. I was out there on Wednesday. Was a very clean practice from what I could tell. I've only been going out to Broncos practices for 2 years now, so I don't have the biggest sample size to choose from here, but from my eyes, it was very clean operation. Guys were getting in and out of drills. There was not a lot of, they did have the referees out there, not too many penalties, just one from what I could tell. A little Jordan Humphrey false start, kind of gave a little flinch out on the right side there lining up. But no, it was a great practice out there, Dan. Were you out there at all this week?
No, I was in Ireland.
Oh, yes. Yeah, man of the people, Dan Jacobs, world traveler as well. But do you have any big questions from Minicamp, or was there anything that you were hoping to see?
I have one question for you, which might be unfair. It might be a little bit of a gotcha question. What were you able to specifically point to that they did differently offensively than Sean Payton?
I would say the biggest difference I saw offensively was throwing the ball down the field. And I know it's training camp, and maybe once the actual season gets going, they'll turtle a little bit and have a little bit more of those screens that every one in Broncos country seems to love so much from Sean Payton. But the down the field passing attack, I definitely noticed an uptick in that. Hakeem Butler had the catch of the day out on the left side of the offense, almost kind of mossed a guy. Brought it in and ran it in for the touchdown. Cortland Sutton had a handful of good catches, one nice one over Riley Moss in the seam. Jalen Waddle didn't get too much action on Wednesday, but from everything I heard about him on Tuesday, he definitely popped out there, and the speed popped. No Bo Nix in team drills. He did participate in 7-on-7 as well as some of the individuals. Looked pretty mobile, looked pretty good out there. From what we heard from Bo Nix, sounds like he could have gone if it was a game day kind of situation there, but they're going to take the more cautious route and make sure that he's good to go for training camp and the start of the regular season. But yes, definitely. And to be honest, it was more just the operation. They were getting in and out of huddles very cleanly. Bo Nix mentioned it. I want to say he spoke on Tuesday this week. Just how much further ahead this Broncos team is compared to last summer and the year before that, his first 2 years here in Denver. So it feels like this is going to be one of the more veteran-led groups out of the NFL.
So no more screen passes.
Well, not no more. We definitely did see some.
We did see some.
We did see some screen passes.
Okay.
I don't think that's going to be, what is it? Some habits dying hard. What's the phrase?
Old habits die hard.
Old habits die hard. I don't think we're going to completely get out of the screen game with the Denver Broncos. And I feel like every team ends up throwing screens regardless. Hopefully the number of screens will be down from what we saw the year before. But I don't know. Who knows? It is a joint offense, and Sean Payton and Davis Webb were talking about that earlier this week as well. There was a question to Sean Payton about, is it your offense? Is it Davis Webb's offense? And Sean responded with, it's the Denver Broncos offense. So not really taking too much credit for it. I would still give most of the credit to Sean Payton at this point for the offense. It is going to be his offense, just Davis Webb calling it. I'm sure Webb will have a larger role in the game planning during the week, and obviously he's going to have a larger role on game days calling the actual plays themselves, although we did hear from Mike Kliss a couple weeks ago. Mike was saying he expects Sean Payton to still call a handful of plays every single week, so we'll see how that goes when maybe Sean feels like, hey, this is a big one, we got to have it, let me call the play. That'll be a little interesting new dynamic there.
Would
for
you
the
be
coaches.
surprised if they struggled and we find out after the fact, like sometimes with this regime, we find out after the fact, right, that he'd been calling plays for like 2 or 3 weeks.
Sean, full-time calling plays?
Yeah. They struggle. They start off tough schedule. They struggle. He takes it back over, or he's calling 80% of the plays. And they just never tell us. How would we know the difference?
Well, I think you're going to see Sean with his little, his call sheet like this. If anyone's watching on the YouTube, shout out the Sean Ponda YouTube chat, but he's going to have his little play sheet over his face like this. I feel like Sean's going to have his little diner menu if he's calling plays versus if he's kind of just not an observer, but not exactly the one that's putting the call into Bo Nix's ears.
Okay, interesting. What I'll be looking for is, do their yards per completion go up?
I would 100% expect that to go up. I think the attempts are going to go down. Bo Nix led the NFL in attempts last year. I definitely don't see that happening again, especially with the improved running back room as well. But I think the downfield throwing, the yards per attempt, we should see that definitely get an uptick from last year.
Yeah, because I was looking, we'll go into that a little bit later, but some numbers with Bo Nix based on what I was listening to with the morning show, John Davis and Chad Andrus today, talking about the, quote, MVP discussion snub, if you will. And so I looked up some of his stats. We'll get into, they're interesting, but one of them that did stand out, one of the few stats where Bo Nix is not in the top 10 in the league is it was either per attempt or per completion. And he was dang near at the bottom of the league at that, despite what you were saying being first in attempts. So that's something I'll certainly be keeping an eye on.
Yeah, no, we will be out there all training camp as well. A slew of us. I know Zach and Phil will be out there. I plan on being out there a whole bunch. So we'll have all of that covered at DenverSports.com and here on 104.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we are going to dive into, speaking of that Broncos offense, we know who wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 2 are, but who is the number 3 wide receiver? And we're also going to take a look at the Denver Broncos running back room and the additions they've made, as well as some of the familiar faces that we've seen in years past.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan's third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child, ages 8 to 14, will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp.
Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but I'm not sure what to do. It's something we hear a lot at 303 Law 4040 from people. They've been hurt. They just don't know what to do next. Should they talk to the insurance company? Who's going to pay their medical bills? What if they have to miss work? They don't want to call a lawyer, and they certainly don't want to sue anyone, but they just don't know what to do. Here, take one of our small town clients. He was seriously hurt on his neighbor's property. Tough as nails, salt of the earth guy, and all he was looking to do was the right thing. He said, Dan, I have to live in this town, and I want to be able to hold my head up high when I walk down the street. So if you're talking about suing my neighbor, I'm not interested. I explained that we probably wouldn't have to sue anybody, and we certainly weren't going to hurt his neighbor. In the end, we got him $1.5 million, and he could still hold his head up high in that small town. If you've been hurt, you don't have to feel guilty for calling 303-LAW-4040. We are here to help and fight for what's fair. We don't farm you out to a call center. In fact, we give all of our clients our cell phone numbers. We hope you never need us, but save that number in your phone just in case. It's 303-LAW-4040. That's 303-LAW-4040.
Denver Deck Builders builds more decks than anyone in Colorado. As their owner, Ron Gibbous, explains, it's because they work together so well with their customers.
There's going to be a project manager that contacts the customer 1 to 3 weeks before the deck. Once the crew gets there, there's a crew lead. Every morning when they get there, they explain to the customer, this is what we're doing today. Do you have any questions? Do you have any concerns? We really bend over backwards.
Start planning your ultimate outdoor living space with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Minicamp reminds us of something important. No one was meant to do life alone. Every great team has teammates, coaches, and accountability. The same is true for men. If you're trying to navigate life on your own, it's time to find your team. Join a New Path men's group in person or virtually and build faith-filled brotherhood that helps you lead at home, at work, and in life. And while you're at it, check out the latest music from New Path Worship and stream their newest song. Visit newpathonthefan.com to learn more, because no man was meant to walk alone.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
This segment on The Fan brought to you by Denver Roof Pros.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Rolling along on a Friday here in Denver. Dan Jacobs sitting shotgun with me. Dante Gomez here, breaking down all things Broncos. And we got to all the off-the-field stuff, including Broncos Stadium through that first hour. A little bit more on the field, what we were seeing down at minicamp this week. Now we're going to turn our attention here to the Broncos, a little bit of depth chart conversations here within the wide receiver room and the running back room. So we do know the Broncos' number 1 and number 2 wide receivers. You can kind of interchange those, whether it's going to be Jalen Waddle or Cortland Sutton at the 1 or the 2. I think they're both going to play a massive role in this Broncos offense. Broncos making that trade in the offseason, trading that first-round pick to bring in Jalen Waddle here from Miami. Should be a big year for both of those guys. However, Dan, I think we still have a bit of a question mark at the Broncos' number 3 wide receiver spot. Couple candidates in there. Troy Franklin, big year last year, kind of his coming out party after a slow-ish rookie year here in Denver, coming out of Oregon there. We have Marvin Mims, I feel like he's one of the more controversial players in Denver. Nothing because of what he does off the field, but more just he doesn't really get the opportunities on the field as much as some people want. Some people don't see him as a wide receiver. Some people see him more as just that kick returner, punt returner. And then Pat Bryant, the rookie from last year, came on very sure-handed player. I think a lot of upside there, and he could be a big part of this offense in years to come. But between those 3 or anyone else you want to throw out there, Broncos brought in Hakeem Butler as well from the UFL, former Arizona Cardinals draft pick. I believe 2-time UFL Offensive Player of the Year there. So a little bit of production in the quote unquote minor leagues football, professional football here. But Dan, how do you see this wide receiver room shaking out past Sutton and Waddle?
Well, the interesting topic that came up right before I left a couple of weeks ago, which led me to say on the Dan Jacobs Show that Evan Ingram is the new Jerry Jeudy because he's the media darling every year. And in fact, I think there was maybe somebody on this station was saying, just switch him back to wide receiver. Didn't you need to be a tight end? This and that. Like they've just like every year, the media would fall in love with Jerry Jeudy. They'd see look at the routes. He's top 3 Hall of Fame. This Jerry Rice. This and they did it every single year, and he got every opportunity possible, and he just turned out he couldn't play. He wasn't that good. He's just a jag. What does Stephen Smith call him? Jag.
Just a guy.
Just another guy.
He looked pretty good in Cleveland against the Broncos.
Oh, yeah, that game he did. How did he look the rest of the year?
No, that was a very DeAndre Ayton-esque performance where it's like, I'm going to get up. I have all the talent in the world. For one game, I can show you what I got, but doing it consistently, that's not for me.
So that's kind of what I sense with Evan Ingram. Is they just want to make him into something he's not, because if we're a fantasy football guy, we can look at his stats and we can see, well, one time in his career, he had a really good year. He had almost 1,000 yards. But by the way, he basically doesn't score touchdowns.
Well, not last year.
Well, the year before that, the year before that he had 1. The year before that he had 4. The year before that he had 4. The year before he had 3. The year before that he had 1. He's not a touchdown machine. And by the way, he was top 5. I think him and Cortland tied for 4th in the league in drops, where, by the way, he got less opportunities than Cortland Sutton. So he drops a high percentage of his balls. And he did get, by the way, 76 targets. We want to have this notion that he just never played or never got the opportunity. He had 76 targets, and he was still, he was top 5 in the league in drops. So that's kind of what I look for, is the media follows their narrative. They're all hating him at the end of the season. They're all screaming about him. And then when they did almost nothing to, except for a flyer on a late round draft pick, almost nothing to address the position. Oh, this guy's great again. Why can't he be the guy? Well, now that last year he was getting, 76 targets without Jalen Waddle, what can we point to that says, oh, all of a sudden, by the way, in his 10th year, he's going to do what he normally doesn't do. By the way, in the 10th year, he's going to learn not to drop the ball. In his 10th year, he's going to learn how to get into the end zone. In his 10th year, he's going to become something he's never been before. So that was kind of the part of the conversation that I found a little bit amusing. I haven't heard it so far since I've been back. To me,
it's still going on. A lot of people around here are expecting a bounce back year for Evan Ingram.
Okay, well, a bounce back year. He actually, do you realize this? He played better last year stats wise. He had more yards, more receptions than he did the year before. So where's he bouncing back to?
I'd have
3
to look
years
at,
ago?
I think he was injured the year before.
3 years ago?
Does it have games played from the year before?
Yeah, he played 9 games the year before.
Okay, so he wasn't healthy throughout the year at least. So
it
would
he's
make
gonna
sense
get
that his production
healthier
would be
as he gets older. Him and J.K. Dobbins and Aaron Gordon, they're going to start getting healthier the older they get. Is that how this thing works?
I would not count on that happening, but you never know. Injuries can be a weird thing where you get hip drop tackled and you break your ankle, or just because you get injured doesn't mean exactly you're injury prone. But I don't know. We'll see. Evan Ingram, I am not counting on him as much. I'm with Stoke. I think it might be the year of Trout. I think Adam Troutman.
So
will
back
be,
up. So
the guy.
just because you get injured a lot doesn't mean you're injury prone.
Well, I'm not saying he get injured. He didn't get injured last year.
Evan Ingram didn't?
Did he?
Yeah.
How many games did he play last year?
He played in 16.
That's pretty good.
Started. It's pretty good. How many did he start?
Well, it depends what the formation the Broncos are in.
2. He started 2 games.
Well, I think that stat's a little
he
misleading.
He had to leave the game quite a bit last year. It was quite disappointing.
I'm not expecting too many things from Evan Ingram. However, I am expecting some stuff from Troy Franklin. That is my pick to be the third wide receiver. I think 700 yards last year. He's going to build on top of that. I think he's going to get the easiest coverages out there, especially compared to what we saw a year ago. All the attention on the defense is going to have to go to Jalen Waddle, Cortland Sutton. So I think Troy Franklin is going to be able to take care of those mismatches. We saw it last year after a tough rookie year here in Denver. Very up and down nature of that rookie year here. I think we saw him settle in his role, and I think that role, if I'm him, if I'm Pat Bryant, if I'm Marvin Mims, I'm a little pissed that the Broncos brought in Jalen Waddle. I'm saying, hey, we didn't need that guy. I was ready to take that leap. I was ready to be that number 1 wide receiver here. I'm going to show you guys. So I think that wide receiver room's a little bit ticked towards the bottom of that room, and they're going to come out with something to prove.
Yeah, I think because middle part of last year, I was like, wow, looks like Troy Franklin can play. Like they're clearly showcasing him to be the next guy or one of the guys. And then he kind of petered off by the end of the year. And then they almost seemed like, this is the way it felt to me, Dante. I don't know if it's true for you. Almost those last few games and the playoff game, they were kind of like, let's get Marvin Mims more involved. And they gave Marvin some better looks. The problem with Marvin has just been they just don't know. It's kind of what you alluded to. Is he a wide receiver? Is he a gadget guy? Whatever. He's talented, and he needs the ball in his hand, and that you need to figure out a way for that to happen. But I don't think they love any of these guys. I think they would like to fall in love with Pat Bryant, but they just don't know yet. I think they've given Troy Franklin every opportunity, and Marvin Mims has had opportunities. So they could cry about Jalen Waddle coming in, but guess what? If you guys produced at a high level, he wouldn't be here. And they've sorely needed. In fact, I think they need more playmaking. I look at these guys.
Even now,
I think they're still lacking playmakers. They need a good tight end. They need another option on offense, and they need a solid, dependable option or two in the backfield to be the contenders that they should be now. Like by the way, I'm no longer giving them a pass. I've been the most reasonable, judicious person on the station for about 2 or 3 years now. Everybody else was falling in love, drinking all the Kool-Aid, and then getting upset when the Broncos weren't in the Super Bowl. Well, they weren't supposed to be yet. They were a bad team that got taken over, and they were rebuilding. Well, the rebuilding's done in earnest. Would you agree? They said, we got the team we want. We added a key piece or two here or there. So what would be the excuse for not making the Super Bowl this year? That's kind of what I'm getting at.
No, I think that's fair. I think it's the first year for the Broncos going in with expectations. We were talking about Marvin Mims there as well. We're going to have a more dedicated conversation on Mims coming up next. Is he expendable here in Denver? Some people around here seem to think so. Some people are higher on Marvin Mims. We will debate next.
3 years ago, the Broncos were a laughingstock. Now, back-to-back playoffs, 32 wins, and an ownership group spending like they mean it. Now Cecil's ready to say what Broncos country is thinking.
The greatest bit of news and information that I can provide today for you is merely this. Greg Penner is inevitable. Greg Penner is undeniable. Greg Penner and the Walton Penner Group and the Denver Broncos are going to be a dynasty. They just are. That sort of businessman, that sort of business people do is they excel.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Fellas, what's going on? Josh Dover here to talk to you about something that was a game changer for me. About 2 years ago, I got my testosterone levels where they're supposed to be, and it made me feel like an entirely different person in the best way possible. We're getting older, so you start to feel tired all the time. You don't have the energy to get to the gym. Even if you do, you don't have the same effort in your workout, so the results aren't there. You know why? It's not because we're getting old. Maybe that has something to do with it. But our body stops producing testosterone as we get a little older. What can you do about it? Go see my friends at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Do what I did. If you sign up for testosterone treatment on the day of your appointment, the first appointment is free. It won't cost you a penny. So, if you're tired all the time, your sex drive is gone, you have no energy for the gym, who the heck wants to live like that? I did it, and that's why I started testosterone treatment at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Robbie Adino here at BeatTheDA.com. My law firm's doing a ton of divorce cases these days, and the bottom line is I see a lot of controlling spouses. They try to control and threaten you with calling the police. They threaten you with taking the kids. But the worst ones are to control the money. The ones who control the money, we got to get to the bottom of. We got the investigators, we got the forensic guys, we got the experts, the bank guys. They can go find and track whatever's hidden. At the end of the day, hit me up at BeatTheDA.com or 720-706-5151.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
The average cost of a first-time DUI in Colorado is over $13,000, and a conviction gives you a criminal record. Make a plan for a sober ride before the party begins. Don't underestimate impairment.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Happy Friday to one and to all. Dante Gomez riding along with Dan Jacobs. We are going to continue our conversation on this Broncos offense. Marvin Mims in particular. We got a message here on the Shop Honda YouTube chat. Michael Bandy seems like a great compliment for Waddle and Sutton. I am a huge Michael Bandy guy as well. I don't necessarily think he's going to get the call to be wide receiver 3. But we did see him sparsely last year and even in that playoff game. So a big Michael Bandy guy in the YouTube Shop Honda chat, apparently.
You know what's funny about this discussion is the Broncos for years have been just kind of a wasteland for wide receivers, right? Like they've had
Don't talk about Brandon Stokely like that.
No, dude, I said years, not decades. Like, he hasn't played in 2 decades, man. Like, what are we talking about here? No, so they haven't had dynamic wide receiver play for what, a decade?
Yeah, I mean, they put all their eggs into Jerry Jeudy. It didn't turn out too well. But, yeah,
Right.
I would say since Emmanuel Sanders, DT.
Yeah, so what we're talking about here is every year we hear that they have a bunch of guys like Bandy, this guy, that guy, Vele, Lil Jordan Humphrey. The list goes on and on and on. And then people like yourselves, you go out to minicamp and everything looks great at minicamp and you guys fall in love with whoever you fall in love with. And then all of a sudden the Broncos are going to have a hard choice cutting down. Maybe they're going to have to keep 7 receivers because they have such an embarrassment of riches at wide receiver. And then, which is just a total nonsensical argument, notion, theory, but they fall in love. You media types, you fall in love with these wide receivers.
You media types.
Bandy and all these guys, and then what happens? And so it's funny, like this conversation we're having about, well, who's going to be the third or fourth? Who knows? One of them needs to step up, but we have.
I know, Dan. That's who knows. Troy Franklin. He's going to be
well, then why did he fall out of favor at the end of last season?
I mean, what, for 700 yards in year 2? He was, a fourth round draft pick?
Okay, well, how many yards did he have through the first 3 quarters of the season versus what he had in the last?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but obviously there was a little bit of a dip towards the end of the year.
If they thought he was the next guy, why wouldn't they just jump up and throw him in instead of wasting money on Waddle?
Well, that's not where I was going to go with it. Maybe Cortland Sutton could be a cut candidate next year if Troy Franklin comes out and shows what he can do. And you can have the Franklin Waddle wide receivers over Sutton in the future with that big contract looming for Sutton.
Yeah, that's a good point. This is Cortland Sutton's last year as a Bronco.
Yeah, I know the money makes sense where it's a good spot where you can cut him in and not have too much of a dead cap hit after this year.
Well, it's actually the first year it's going to make sense. It's still going to be, I believe. And this is why on my show for so long I was like, dude, quit with the paying valuing Cortland Sutton like this big guy or whatever. They're going to end up paying, I think, $16 million in dead cap money for Cortland Sutton because it won't make sense to keep him on the roster at the money he's going to make in 2027. And so you're going to have to cut him. And I think it's going to be something I haven't looked at in a while, but like $16 million in dead cap. Well, now is that crippling to the team? Is that like,
not after what we saw with Russell Wilson.
Yeah, is it Russell
Wilson? I don't
Wilson?
think there is a number.
No, but why? Why did we bend over and capitulate to Cortland Sutton, who basically had very little leverage? And you know what you're getting out of Cortland Sutton. If he wants to be here, great. If not, he can find somebody else. Nobody else is going to pay him monster money. But they decided, well, we have to give him, God, what was it, a $90 or $100 million extension? Totally absurd because we knew he wouldn't make it to the end of it, but there would be dead money attached to it. Why are we paying a nickel of dead money? Why is that? Because you make that calculation when you sign the contract. How long do we think he's going to be here? And how can we spread out the dead money? Why would we be paying him any money? Cortland Sutton is not worth $1 of dead cap money for a team that by the time he leaves is supposed to be right there in their prime championship Super Bowl window, and we're going to have to try and win a Super Bowl with less money spent on the roster because we got to pay him because he was a malcontent every time he sniffed a decent season. That was my issue with that. So when you say he may not be here after this year, I think you're 100% right. I think there's no way he's here after this year.
Well, speaking of guys that you are going to call at least expendable in Cortland Sutton, we are going to go to Marvin Mims. Do you feel the same about Marvin Mims moving forward, moving into the last year of his contract here in Denver? There's been some rumors that he could be a trade candidate, try to recoup some assets before letting him walk in free agency. It doesn't appear as if the Broncos want to re-sign him to an extension here. What are your feelings on Mims' future here in Denver?
Yeah, they got to figure out if they like him or not.
You got to figure it out. It's year 4, Dan. How did they not know yet?
Well, you tell me. Well, who is he? Who is he, Dante? What do you get out of Marvin Mims? Who is he?
Well, I guess that's fair. When he plays, he plays great. He makes a big impact. We saw it in the Cincinnati game 2 years ago. We saw it in a handful of games last year as well in that Buffalo Bills AFC divisional game, leading receiver here for the Broncos. So when he plays, he definitely has some big moments. Obviously, a all-pro at the punt and kick returner as well. So going to make a big impact on special teams. Do you see him as just that special teams guy, or do you think he's a all-around weapon offensively and special special teams.
Yeah, I think the most likely thing is, barring somebody else really jumping out there, I think the most likely thing is they get a little more comfortable. They figure out how to use him. I don't think he's like, hey, he's our number 3 slot receiver, and that's his job, and he's going to have 60 catches for 800 yards and 7 touchdowns. I don't think it's going to be like that. I think what they will do, if they're smart, is they'll realize he's a talented football player that can make plays. Get him the ball in space, let him do his thing. How they do that, they got to figure that out within the confines of this offense. But is he going to break the bank for Cortland Sutton money? No. He's going to be affordable. Like, nobody's going to be beating down the door wanting to overpay Marvin Mims. If they are, great, because one of your enemies just overpaid for an asset. Fine, let him walk out the door. But I think he'll probably, hopefully, find his groove in year 4, and he'll be a reasonable guy. He's a guy that helps the team. He's not a guy that you can say, well, he brings something to the team that right now nobody else brings. Could Pat Bryant do the same thing that Troy Franklin did last year? I think the answer is yes, he could, right? Like those guys can be replaced. Marvin Mims, it's not that he's irreplaceable, but you like to have his skill set on the team because he does something different. And if you get it at a good price, bring it back.
Yeah, so you think they're going to see it throughout the year? They're going to risk losing him in free agency at the end of the year for potentially nothing.
Again, risk. Like, risk. That's like saying, boy, would the Nuggets risk letting Zeke Najee go? Of course you would. Okay, if somebody else wants to overpay Marvin Mims. See, that's the thing about free agency. That's why I'm always skeptical about people bringing in free agents, because that means that the person, the organization, the team that employed this person had them in their building all throughout the year, were in the best position to know how valuable this commodity was. They were willing to say, thanks, but no thanks. You can walk away. Now, sometimes, like, for example, with Mike McGlinchey and the Niners, they just couldn't afford it, right? McGlinchey had
expensive roster. They were already spending a lot on Trent Williams.
They had money all over the place. McGlinchey never turned out to be the player exactly that he was supposed to be, and they just had to make a tough choice. That happens sometimes with players. Or, hey, we're rebuilding. We're not going to pay the diva wide receiver when he's not going to help us in the short term. So there are scenarios where they really don't have a choice, or there's a reason they let some guy walk. But most of the time, it's like a Joe Flacco thing with the Ravens. He ain't got it anymore. We know that. We're not paying him franchise quarterback money. Let's let some other rube, John Elway, trot him out as a franchise quarterback. An MVP, Super Bowl winning franchise quarterback just entering his prime, as John Elway called him. And the Ravens knew, right? Most of the time, that's what you're getting. So if somebody else wants to overpay for Marvin Mims, God bless them. They just wasted some of their resources. We wouldn't have to do that here.
Well, you also mentioned that Marvin Mims does some stuff on this offense that nobody else brings. I would counter that with, I think Jalen Waddle is the better option. If you're talking about getting this guy the ball in space, if I have the option to get the ball in space to either Jalen Waddle or Marvin Mims, I'm probably going to pick Jalen Waddle, the guy that's gone out and proven it. Multiple seasons of 700 plus, 800 plus receiving yards out there. So I think Waddle and Mims's talents overlap a little bit there. So I'm not so sure how that fit is going to go, and if they necessarily need Marvin Mims moving forward. We go to a text here on the RamosLaw.com text line from Steve in Loveland. Good morning, guys. The third wide receiver should be Marvin Mims. He has the best hands in the entire receiving room. He catches everything that comes his way, unlike Stonehands Troy Franklin. Mims needs to be our third wide receiver. Are you in the same camp of you'd have Mims over Waddle, or not over Waddle, over Franklin and Pat Bryant at this point?
I don't know about that, but it's interesting to me that now Franklin has that reputation too, Stonehands Franklin, because we already have two of the top 5 leaders. I think they both came and tied for number 4 in Ingram and Cortland Sutton. Nothing to see here. But so now we have 3 guys that can't catch the ball. Man, I thought we got rid of Jerry Jeudy. So anyway, I don't know. We'll see how that shakes out. I like Mims to do what. Has he performed up to his draft status? Probably not. Can he help the team? I think so.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way of looking at it. I'm going to set it better. I think he has underperformed compared to what we expected. However, he does help the team in many different ways. However, it is 11:40, about to be 11:45 on a Friday, and it is time to check your X. What's on your timeline? What's on our timeline? We share next.
One can't stay on the court, the other can't stay on the field. There are certain things that are putting Aaron Gordon and J.K. Dobbins in the same conversation, and neither one should be happy about it.
So is Aaron Gordon now in the J.K. Dobbins category in your mind, that it's not a matter of when he gets hurt or if he gets hurt, it's when he gets hurt and how long will he be out? I mean, is it, at this point, is this just the way he's going to be?
Yeah.
A part-time player, and you're going to be holding your breath, especially come playoff time, every game.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
DeerTrailMeatCo.com, DeerTrailMeatCo.com. Get some of that goodness in your life at a tremendous savings. The cost of beef prices. By the way, we got bad news. I don't know what the screwworm thing is. Beef prices could be going up even higher. We can't afford that. You can't afford steak anymore with your family, but you can if you get on the stick and you go to DeerTrailMeatCo.com, because what they do is they deliver this delicious goodness to your front door at tremendous savings off what you pay at the grocery stores. So we're talking about up to 75% off. And that includes steaks, because they bundle it all up. That includes steaks like filet, flat iron, ribeye, all that good stuff. Picanha, if you want it, your roast, everything. But they bundle that up and they deliver it to your front door at one low price, the price per pound. All the information on the website, videos, tools, everything you need to make an informed decision. It's DeerTrailMeatCo.com.
Colorado weather can be tough on your roof. If hail, wind, or storm damage strikes, call Colorado's Best Roofing. Locally owned since 2012, they're a GAF Master Elite contractor with an A+ BBB rating, serving residential and commercial properties. Schedule your free roof inspection today at roofingcolorado.com.
Tune in to Mile High Money. My biggest goal is education. I come from a family of educators, and I want you to know the who, the what, the why, the when, the how.
Helping you achieve your ideal retirement.
The risk that you're taking, does that equal the return that you should be getting? And a lot of times, the answer is no.
Tune in to Mile High Money with Adam Moeller. Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either, because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself and Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lizzie here. Is your car making a weird noise and you're not sure what exactly is going on? All Points Automotive makes it easy for you. Free diagnostics and estimates from a 100% mobile mechanic who comes to you. To book your appointment, visit allpoints-automotive.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
One real Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
It is 11:45, and it is time to check your ex. Dante Gomez, Dan Jacobs sitting in for Dover and Cecil on this Juneteenth. Good for those guys getting the day off. It is time to check your ex, like I said. My video or tweets that I'm going to bring up have to do with the New York Knicks championship parade from yesterday. Looked like a great time. A little bit too many people all stacked together for my liking. But a couple of videos I saw, there was one very funny one, a little bit not PG. This lady gets up on a street sign, rips off another girl that was sitting up there, and then the girl that got ripped off started fighting back, basically pulls her pants down a little bit, and the girl that is still up on the pole started twerking. It was a whole thing, very ridiculous, very funny. We also saw Tyler Kolek getting the Bo Byram treatment out there. If I'm sure everyone out there remembers Bo Byram getting stopped by the police because they did not think he was on the team. It looks like a little youngin over there. And Tyler Kolek getting the same treatment out there. I don't know if maybe that was racial profiling, to be honest. These police officers being like, no, you're not on the Knicks. What are you doing over here? Dana, did you see any of the videos from the Knicks parade? Any thoughts on that?
No, my thing is, I can't remember who said it, but somebody said it. Okay, I'm already done with the Knicks. They've already
they already became unlikable.
Every bit of goodwill about, well, they haven't won in 52 years. Stave off Wemby. All right, it's fine. They were a scrappy team, whatever. That's all gone now. It's only taken a week or two. We're sick and tired of the Knicks. They can go back and win nothing for the next 50 years.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it's fun to root for those kinds of teams on the rise, but once they get there, it can become a little bit annoying. Alex, did you see any of the videos out there from the Knicks parade?
Oh, yeah, I was keeping a close eye on it. A lot of fun stuff. I think parades are just a good time. I don't think I'm completely out on the Knicks in terms of, get them off my screen. I'll enjoy them for another day or two. But we're getting there pretty quick where I'm like, all right, you guys had your parade. Let's move on. But a lot of fun stuff from that parade.
Yeah, I think I heard someone put it this way. They are the most likable team with the most unlikable fan base. I think that might be a good way of putting it. Moving on. Dan, what do you got?
All right, so for those of you that listen to the Dan Jacobs Show, I've warned you way ahead of time. The Terminators are coming. AI, Terminators, the movie is going to play out in real life. However, I saw something yesterday that I had not considered. What if we become the Terminators? I saw on Tony Robbins' Twitter feed, he was interviewing a guy that supposedly predicts the future. And he thinks within, and I don't believe this is going to happen this soon, but maybe the end result could happen within the next 4 or 5. He's saying within the next 3 or 4 or 5 years. What we're going to do is no more. We're going to be like lobsters. You can't, lobsters could live forever if they don't get, eaten. They don't age, right? Like our biological clocks.
I did not know that. So there's just 300-year lobsters out there somewhere?
Yeah. As long as they don't catch a disease or get, caught in a net or eaten by a shark, they live forever.
I did not know that. Is that kind of more of a delicacy? You think older lobsters better, or do you want the young lobsters?
I have no idea. I don't like lobster. Lobsters are an excuse for people to dip food in butter. That's all lobsters are. They're nasty. I don't want them. But anyway, what they're saying is they're going to, the nanobots or whatever, they're going to put the AI in us. And so, for example, if you get cancer, something's gone wrong, right? Your body is not communicating properly, and it creates these cells that then kill you. They're going to take over your body and say, all right, nope. I know you want to make that cancer. No cancer. Or, we got a little smidge of cancer. Boom, here's an antibody. Cancer's gone. And so we won't age anymore. Our joints won't go bad because we are going to become the Terminators, and it's just going to fix everything inside of us. Now, I brought this up with my lovely wife, Kimberly, at dinner last night. She's like, nah, no thanks. Not going to do it. They're not doing that to me. I asked you two, each of you individually, would you swallow the nanobites to become immortal?
Dan, no, of course not. Are you kidding me? I don't want any of that stuff. It sounds like, are you familiar with the movie Spider-Man 2, the Tobey Maguire edition, when Dr. Osborn has or maybe it's not Osborn, the Octo...
Dr. Octavius.
Yeah. He has that little like nanobot on his neck that can go into his body and kind of controls his thoughts at that point. No, I want nothing to do with any of that. I'm anti-AI in terms of even when it comes to just like ChatGPT looking up random stuff. I hate AI, so I'm completely out.
So 30 years from now, they've perfected it. They've got all the bugs out. You're 60 at this point. You're like, I don't want to live forever. No. I don't want to feel good when I wake up in the morning.
Well, I already don't feel good waking up in the morning, but that's more of a body issue where I got bad bones.
Would fix
I got bad
that.
joints.
This is going to fix your joints and your bones. It's the AI, man.
I don't know if I can trust it, Alex.
I've seen enough movies to know that the promise of immortal life isn't all it's cracked up to be. So I'm going to pass up on it, and also to Dante's point.
Can't spell Dante without Dan.
That is true.
To Dante's
well,
point,
you could spell it the other way.
What's keeping someone from getting into that, and all of a sudden we're, not doing anything from our own free will? We're being controlled by something else. I'm going to pass. If you want to live forever, that's awesome, but I think I'll enjoy my mortality.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to sit this one out until they perfect it. You don't want to be the first person to get the heart transplant.
You don't want to be the test subject?
Yeah.
No, that is fair. All right, moving on.
English, mother... Do you speak it?
Yes, I do. So Dante, we've known each other for a little bit now since I got here. We had that nice moment earlier where the first person that trained me up was you. So you do, everyone here in this room has contributed quite a bit to my growth here. One of the first conversations that we had, however, was on some of your interests, and that was Monopoly. You love Monopoly probably more than anyone else that I know. I was scrolling through Twitter yesterday, or X, and came across this. The Monopoly movie is currently in the works. Margot Robbie, Henry Cavill, Lionsgate are working on a Monopoly film. No details on it yet. I want to know, Dante, once this movie comes out, are you first in line to go to see this film?
Probably not first in line, but I feel like I have to. I do love the game of Monopoly. I'm not really sure how you make that into a movie. Do you know if it's animated or live action?
It looks like it's live action.
Interesting. Oh, I mean, you got Margot Robbie. Why make it animated?
Yeah, it's hard to get away from that.
But no, I do love playing Monopoly. I play with my friends a good amount over Xbox. My friends back in Arizona, and it is a great time. I don't really know how the storyline could be made into a movie, but I'm intrigued. I'll put it at that.
I like the storyline of the guy, and there's a documentary on it. The guy that was in charge of security of the Monopoly games pieces for McDonald's.
Like the McDonald's, yeah,
he stole
millions.
Yeah, he made millions and millions of dollars.
And they made a whole documentary on it. Pretty good. I think that's HBO.
And then one follow-up for this. If the Drive had a Monopoly competition, you, Zach, Phil, Drew,
Are you playing the board game?
Yes, like you're playing the board game. Are you wiping the floor, or is it going to be a little close?
It depends. To be honest, Monopoly is a lot of its luck of the draw and the roll. There is strategies that go into it, and at that point, if everybody kind of knows the right strategy, at that point, it's more of a luck game. But I would assume they don't know the strategy to Monopoly, so I think I'd get them.
I think Zach Bai would find a way to cheat, because he would not be able to handle losing that game.
That is a good point. That was Check Your X. We move on. We are going to dive into the NBA. Did a lot of Broncos there in the first 2 hours. Shift gears to the Nuggets. Coming up next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drive's Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Last up, Arvada. June 26th from 2 to 6 at Arvada Beer Garden.
That was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. What if you had the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
The hot weather is here. Stoke here from my team. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinion. There are amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Cheyenne Frontier Days, the daddy of them all, born out of the American frontier and still standing tall, the world's largest outdoor rodeo and authentic Western celebration. In the heart of the American West, the land of the free and the home of the brave. Come salute our American heroes in the air, in the arena, and in the streets of Cheyenne this July. For tickets, info, and updates, go to cfdrodeo.com. See you in Cheyenne.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Another couple hours. Is your child interested in picking up the game of football? Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan for our third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp presented by Walmart, Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's all-city stadium. Children's age 8 to 14 can enjoy hands-on coaching from former Denver Bronco players Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, as well as the staff of coaches from Denver South. All proceeds benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. For more information and to register your child, head to DenverSports.com/camp. Do want to talk some Nuggets, but real quick, big game for Team USA, World Cup. We don't want to be remiss in completely ignoring it, so we brought in our special World Cup experts here on the station, Alex Boteo and Dante Gomez. Lay it on me, fellas. What are we looking for?
Well, first, I would say I don't know if I'm the expert. I'll save that title for Alex over there. I'm excited for the game, though. I think the World Cup's been a huge hit. I was a little unsure of how it would be received here in America, but the viewing numbers have been crazy. The atmospheres have been really good in all of these. I don't know if you've seen any of the videos, but like the Scotland fans taking over Boston, they went to a Fenway Park. They're doing chants out in the outfield. So I think it's been a really good event, really well run so far, and I'm excited to keep it going. I can't say I've watched too many of the other matches outside of the U.S. games, but definitely excited to tune in today for USA versus Australia.
Yeah, it should be a fun one. U.S. definitely exceeded expectations in that first game. I think a lot of people expected that to be a tie or like a close-fought loss. They dominated 4-1. They looked incredible. Balogun, their striker, was phenomenal, and then their captain, Christian Pulisic, was making play after play after play. However, he did leave the game relatively early, didn't come back in that second half with a calf injury, got news a couple minutes ago. He will miss this game against Australia. Not the end of the world. I think they're in a good spot to get out of their group. It just is a big hit for the U.S. if they were trying to get another win today to secure that first spot in their group, much like my beloved Mexico did yesterday with a big win over South Korea.
You're excited about that, sir?
Unbelievably excited, Dan. First team to play in this year's World Cup, first team to get a win, first team to score, and now the first team to go into the round of 32. Very excited for my selección.
Yeah, and if the U.S. is looking to make that run, further than what we've seen them do, maybe get to that quarterfinals, that top 16, they're definitely going to need Pulisic for that. So hopefully he is good to go later on in the tournament.
It's interesting because I've been in Ireland, and so my ESPN, that's normally where I go, just on my phone, is ESPN.com to see what's going on in the world of sports, things like that. But it switches over to the Europe stuff.
Oh, they have like a Irish ESPN over there?
Well, yeah, European.
European, okay.
Right? So I'm like, so the Knicks are playing for the championship and this and that. And also we're 7 hours ahead. So I'm trying to get sports news and see what's going on, but then it's all about soccer. I don't know. I'm not interested in that European stuff. So I'm kind of missing out. And then I'm trying to keep an eye on game 3 of the Knicks and Spurs. And I look and it's like, oh, Spurs are up 29 points. I can't find it on TV. I go to bed, right? I wake up and it's this monumental all-time great comeback. So it was weird. So then I set my alarm to wake up at 3 in the morning, which is a little bit past halftime in game number 4, where the Knicks are, if the Knicks are going to, win the whole thing or whatever. And the strangest thing was I wake up, it's dark. I watch into the game. So now it's like 4 a.m. It's completely light outside. Like, what am I supposed to do? Go back to bed or what? But I at least watched the game. So I was out of touch. They were talking about the World Cup over there, but they're like, oh, you're excited about the World Cup? I'm like, nah, I don't know. Like, how long is this thing going on? Like, we got
I think it
2 3 more weeks.
Like end of July, middle of July.
End of July? Holy cow!
July. I think maybe it's like the 19th. I want to say is the championship.
Jeez, Louise, we got another month of this stuff.
Well, I mean, the U.S. didn't play till last Friday, so they're giving these guys 6 days off apparently in between. All that hard work they did. I mean, they went out and balled out in their first game, but I don't know if they needed a whole week off. That feels a little excessive.
I was listening to Chad Andrus and John Davis this morning, and they were saying, or Chad saying, it's possible, not by the end of the World Cup, by the end of next week, the Denver Nuggets are going to be completely transformed. I want to talk at the end of the segment about the luxury tax. But in the meantime, one of the things Chad said was, they're not going to pay $200 million in luxury tax. It's not going to happen. They are going to make moves. So get used to it. Buckle up. They're going to get under the threshold so they can reset the repeater tax and all that stuff. It's coming. So there's all sorts of trade scenarios. Now, it's funny. When I left the continent, I was doing the Dan Jacobs show, and I'm told it's impossible. Nobody's going to pay for Aaron Gordon. That'll never happen. I'm like, of course, somebody's going to do that. Just like we heard last year. Nobody will trade for Michael Porter Jr. in that contract. What happened? He got traded for. Now I get back stateside, and what am I hearing? What a hot trade commodity Aaron Gordon is. So I suspect we're going to lose 2 starters. We're going to see 2 starters leave town. In a perfect world, maybe it's Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown, and you bring in Payton Watson, and you move along your way. I think, personally, it makes more sense. Jamal and Aaron, get them out of town. You're not going to win anymore with them. You're way overpaying them. See you later. Re-sign Payton Watson, and you move forward with you move up in the draft next week, get yourself a point guard, and you're back on the championship track. What are you guys hearing? Alex, I'm going to welcome you into this conversation as well. Our NBA supremacist, as he's been lovingly called on the RamosLaw.com text line.
You know what? I think I've seen a couple of those texts.
Yeah,
maybe not
grifter.
in the most positive light.
You're the drifter. He's the supremacist. NBA supremacist. Anyway, so what do you guys think? How would you feel about Aaron Gordon? I know we've been talking about, is he the new J.K. Dobbins? Now that his contract is going to pop, should we just cut him for a bag of peanuts? Where are you guys landing on this issue?
I think it's tough with Aaron Gordon because he is Mr. Nugget. He's the heart and soul of this team. He brings that grittiness that obviously was missing in that Minnesota Timberwolves series due to him not being available for this team. But again, you look at it, it's so hard to count on him come playoff time and to count on him to play a bulk of the regular season games as well. His body has betrayed him. He is a guy that's built off athleticism and that freak athlete that we saw coming out of U of A, going to the Orlando Magic, winning the dunk contest. So he's built his brand on that athleticism. Absolutely improved at the shooting aspect of basketball. I give him a lot of credit for doing that, but again, it's hard to count on him to bring what this Nuggets team needs when the time is most necessary. So I would say it probably makes sense to move him, and it's going to hurt. Again, he is done nothing wrong outside of just not being available. So, but I'm in the camp of it makes most sense to move on.
What about you?
Yeah, I mean, like Dante said, it's going to hurt because he is such a fundamental piece to this team. Obviously, him walking around the city after they won a championship, it's a moment that's going to live forever. However, he hasn't played 16 games straight since the championship. You need to play 16, or you need to get 16 wins to win a championship. I don't know how you can do that with someone who hasn't been there for you in terms of availability. His role within the team was being in that dunker spot. He can't really get that same lift anymore. I think he actually has good value in the sense where teams look at him and go, I could fix that. We can bring that in. We can help rehabilitate him. And if he can be a fraction of what he was for the Nuggets in that 2023 run, we're going to get a great piece for what our team may be trying to do. The contenders out there in the world could be looking at Aaron Gordon. And I think that's one of the more tradable assets the Nuggets have right now.
I just have to take issue with what you say, Alex, because I was listening to a very smart man earlier today, and he said things like, it doesn't matter if you get injured a lot. That doesn't mean you're necessarily injury prone. And like, hey, Evan Ingram's going to become even better in his 10th year. He's going to get hurt less, not more, because he's getting older. Apparently, age, you don't need the nanobots. You just need positive thinking, and Aaron Gordon can play just fine. It doesn't matter that he's been injured before. He's going to be just fine, Alex. Keep him and his $32 million a year on the cap, which is really like $100 million because of the second apron. Like, just keep him. Have faith. Where's your faith, sir?
I think it's not a matter of faith. It's a matter of what you've seen, and what you've seen is him not be able to go out there and compete.
Well, yeah, but with Evan Ingram and these other guys 3 years ago,
Evan Ingram doesn't have the same label, Dan.
4 years ago, he was great. Why wouldn't he be great now?
I don't think Evan Ingram is injury prone. He played a lot of games. The reason you didn't see him in a lot of those games was because Sean Payton didn't want to use him the way that he should have been used, try to use him as a blocker. Evan Ingram is not a blocker. He's a pass catcher. He'll have a better year this year because he'll have Davis Webb next to him. That's a different conversation.
Yeah, I was going to say, he didn't produce that much. I'm not going to argue that, and I'm not a huge believer that he's going to go crazy production-wise this year, but I don't think it's fair to give Evan Ingram the
I guess the argument is that they get healthier. People get healthier with age.
Well, it's not people will get healthier with age. I think this Nuggets training room has an issue. You can see that because of the injury rate that the Nuggets have had. They didn't have this year's prior. Peyton Watson's dealing with the same thing that Aaron Gordon's dealing with. Obviously, he's younger. He'll recover a little better. It doesn't change the fact that the Nuggets have an injury problem within the building. If I want to see a change that isn't just like roster dependent, I do want to see a little bit of an overhaul to our health and conditioning because clearly something's wrong in there.
Alex, you calling for the strength and conditioning coach to get fired?
I love Felipe. I would never do that
It
to
feels like you're calling for an
love
everyday
Felipe-
working man's job over there. Not even the millionaire head coaches or the millionaire
we
GMs.
we don't have to talk about David Adelman. People know on this show the tribe does not like David Adelman.
Well, I'm with the tribe on that one. I also don't like David Adelman. But I was just surprised that you would be going for the neck of just a working class man
Strength
like
and
that,
conditioning
Alex.
clearly has been a problem for the Denver Nuggets. It's not one of those, we're going to change the room and all of a sudden things are going to get better. But you saw it with the Broncos. They switched out their entire strength and conditioning team. And now, look, they're one of the healthiest teams in the entire sport. So you're telling me you can't do that in basketball?
All right, so the reality of this situation is they need to cut a lot of money to get under the cap, and they still want to, if they can, bring back Payton Watson, which at a minimum probably will be about $20 million next year. Even if he takes a little haircut on the front and he gets backloaded on the end of his deal, you got to add his $20 million in and then cut, I don't know, 80 or 100 million off the team's existing payroll. Aaron Gordon would be about 32 million of that. Jamal Murray would be 50-some million. So if you could unload both of their contracts and get draft picks and minimal contracts in return, that'd be about 80 million. That gets you pretty darn close or get you over the finish line. I don't think you're winning another championship with Jamal Murray as your point guard, particularly when you're paying him that type of money. I don't know that as beloved as he was, that Aaron Gordon's going to help usher in any more championships. Would you guys be okay in a deal, if deals went down, that those two guys were gone?
Obviously, it depends on what you're getting in return for those guys, but I definitely think...
Okay, so for the sake of this argument, not a lot. You're getting rid of their salary.
Ooh, see, I don't know how I feel about that one. That would not go over well for me, just because I think Aaron Gordon does have trade value, and I think Jamal Murray has trade value as well. All-Pro, third team this last year, his best season that he's ever had as a professional. So I think those guys should garner some return. Doesn't necessarily have to be the most expensive guys. Like I saw a trade out there that was Jamal Murray and I want to say it was Zeke Naji. And in return, we're getting the Celtics, Derek White, and the tall white fella. I can't remember his name. Luke Cornett. No, not Luke Cornett. He's in San Antonio. The other guy over there. So not necessarily apples to oranges or apples to apples in terms of what you're getting back money-wise. But I think you definitely need to get some impact players back. You can't just sell them for nothing.
All right. What about you, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, I think if we're getting nothing back for them, it will sting a lot, but I don't think that you're completely off base with this thought process that, hey, maybe the Rockies are going to make some moves that are just strictly for trying to shave as much as they can off of this luxury tax because they don't want to be in that repeater. They want to reset it. I do think they're in the market to make moves like that, and I wouldn't be shocked if they did it. I just think they should try to go about it in a way that doesn't completely feel like, yeah, the only reason we did this was to avoid this. I think there is good value in Jamal Murray. I don't know if there's a world where you get nothing back for him and it's just a full salary
Top 5
dump.
pick.
Is a top 5 pick?
Well, time out. Top 5 pick's not nothing. That's better than.
Well, yeah, but it's a salary wise. It's you're not trading him for Kevin Durant with
No,
$50
well,
million
I'd rather
back.
have a top 5 pick than Kevin Durant. First of all,
Okay, would you rather have a top 5 or 10 pick than Jamal Murray?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a loaded. That's where I was just gonna go. This is a loaded draft, Dan, and we're talking about the 5th overall pick might end up becoming an all-pro kind of guy eventually. So I think this draft goes at least 1 through 8 pretty well here. So yeah, if we're talking about moving up that much into the NBA draft, absolutely pull the trigger on something like that. But I don't think any of the teams that are drafting that high are looking for Jamal Murray in return.
Really, you don't think he has enough value for a top 10 pick?
No, not for the
All-Pro?
young bad teams.
Second or third team? Was he third team All-Pro?
Third team All-Pro, but
Third
no,
team All-Pro?
a top 5 pick for Jamal Murray. No team's doing that.
He's a NBA champion point guard in his prime.
Dan, we're talking about one of the best
All-Pro.
draft classes ever in the NBA coming up here. This is going to be they're not doing that kind of trade. You're going to have to get players back, not draft assets, most likely.
All right, I wanted to transition this, and we could talk about this more throughout the show as well, because there's also Christian Brown. If you can get rid of him, is that a no-brainer? Cam Johnson has value because his contract's going to expire. If you can get rid of him, is that not a slam dunk? But you got to, I think, at least 2, maybe 3 of these pieces have to go. Now, we talked about it. Why? And why I'm actually not agreeing with you, Alex. This notion that, well, if they're just going to cut salary, that stinks. Why? Why would it stink when a team that got embarrassed and humiliated in the first round, that routinely, since they won the title, has humiliating defeats to end their season? Why do we got to run it back with a team of softies that can't that don't play tough? I actually believe I put some thought into this, and they had a great conversation about it yesterday. I happened to come down with Stokely on this. Mike Evans doing his Mike Evans thing, pounding the table. So what? The Cronkies are billionaires. Let them spend the extra $200 million. What we're talking about is not just, they're going to spend $200 million total. We're talking about an extra $200 million out of the Kroenke bank account just into the ether. Just giving it
for
away
nothing.
To the other.
That's not going to players. That's not going to anything.
Not going to players. That's on top of everything you play. The $250 million you pay to players or whatever. Add another $200 to $250 million on that. One, I would say, why would you do that for this team? I'm not saying you wouldn't do it for any team, but this team has shown you who they are. Why would you do that for them? And two, we were talking about morality with the Broncos sticking it to their most loyal season ticket holders. I think it's borderline immoral for the Cronkies to waste $200 million on this roster. Like, I'd rather them go, you know what? I'm not going to do that, but I'll give $20 million to charity. You could. The amount of good that could be done with $200 million, and the notion that Mike Evans or fans or whoever can go, wow, they should just spend it. They have it. So what that they have it? They could spend it somewhere else and do good with it. If we're about, the Knicks running it back and they had, issues maybe, or really good teams are keeping together the Golden State Warriors or bringing in LeBron James or something like that. But who in their right mind, as tough as I've been on the Cronkies, I can't get on board with this notion that they need to, I don't care how much money they have, they need to just set $200 million on fire for a bunch of scrubs that got embarrassed and humiliated and basically brought shame upon the city of Denver in the last playoffs. No, thank you. I'm out, guys.
I think that's a very fair point of view to have on this, that this team's not going anywhere and not anywhere in terms of championship contenders, and it probably doesn't make sense to pay $200 million for absolutely nothing at that point.
$200 million extra.
Actually, yeah, exactly. On top of all the money that they're already paying for these players. So it probably does make sense for these guys to hit the reset button a little bit. I know the Phoenix Suns did that a year ago.
Yeah, how'd that work
Kevin
out?
Durant worked out great.
The title?
Well, they went to the playoffs. They didn't go to the playoffs.
Is that the standard?
Well, compared to not going to the playoffs the year
it's
before.
It's really hard to get into the NBA playoffs. So as a Suns fan, I can see why you're beaming with pride.
All right, regardless, the reset button worked. They got back under the luxury tax. They brought in a different sort of culture to the team, which I think the Nuggets actually could take a page from in terms of being more of that competitive, defensive first, share the ball culture. I think the Nuggets, it does make sense to hit that reset button. I don't exactly know what that looks like because it sounds like they do want to bring Payton Watson back, and that's a big contract that they're going to be adding to the books, which is, we've already talked about here, a pretty heavy book as it is in terms of everybody that they're paying. So I don't exactly know what it looks like, but I would guess it starts with moving the likes of Aaron Gordon, Jamal Murray, Christian Brown, if it's possible.
All right, Alex, how you feeling about that?
I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and I don't disagree that you are just throwing $200 million plus into the ether to a team that probably won't do something again this year. The only pause that I have is I just feel like Nikola Jokic is on the verge of being an all-time great. And he's not going to be remembered as an all-time great so long as he does not win another championship here in Denver. And every year that goes by, it's getting less and less and less likely that he's even going to add a second one to his resume. So how am I supposed to feel good about what the Nuggets are doing when it should all be to go in on Nikola Jokic, to try to get him another championship here in Denver? And all I'm hearing is, oh, well, we should save money. Oh, well, they should save money here and they should save money there. I want to focus on getting Nikola Jokic as much of a great resume as we can. 3 MVPs is fantastic. A championship, a finals MVP, all of that is great, but people care about championships, and the Denver Nuggets are not in position to win championships, and just punting on a year, that's the answer? instead of, I don't know, maybe trying to retool with what you have, packaging people away? Is it better to just say, yeah, we're going to get under that repeater tax and we'll figure out what to do next year? That's the right game plan for the Nuggets and Nikola Jokic. Sell me on it, Dante. I'm all ears, but I'm not convinced that that's the best avenue when Nikola Jokic is already exiting his prime.
Well, Alex, I would ask you. You mentioned Nikola Jokic on the verge of being one of the all-time greats. Does a first-round exit next year make him any closer to being one of those all-time greats?
I mean, he's already out of the conversation for me, if you ask me right now. He's not going to be an all-time great. You already got knocked out in the first round once. It's likely going to happen again.
That's my point.
Unless you go about trying to fix this some way. So you're saying that by, I don't know, completely missing the playoffs this year and avoiding that first-round exit, it'll be better so when you go in again next year and, I don't know, maybe get to a Western Conference Finals, it looks a little bit better, but you completely punted on 26-27? That's better?
Well, the problem the problem is, Alex, that you're already punting. If you pay the $200 million, you said it yourself. This team is not going to win. You're going to waste another. Either way, you're wasting a year of his prime. Now, is it a wasted year if you bring in guys that aren't mental midgets that actually they're not doing it with this roster. It's not going to happen. So if I bring in a young guy that actually can play point guard, that doesn't destroy your chances like Jamal Murray does, why wouldn't I bring him in, give him a year? That was the funny thing I heard even out of Josh Dover on this very program, who used to be tough on Jamal Murray. But him and Cecil are going, well, yeah, if you get rid of Jamal Murray, who on earth is going to have that type of chemistry with Nikola Jokic? Anybody?
I would say, how about anybody that's ever played with Nikola Jokic for longer than a stretch of games? I would also argue that I think them going under the repeater tax, and I think you're going to be in agreement on this, actually makes them more competitive for years to come. I think that reset button isn't about necessarily the financial implication of it, which obviously is a big part of it, but I also think it helps the on-court team for the 2027-28, the 28-29 team, and for the years to come for this second half of Nikola Jokic's prime.
By the way, I don't think they're not missing the playoffs, no matter who they roll out there, if Nikola Jokic is on the team. So the question becomes is there anything that leads you to believe that Tinkerbell's going to sprinkle her fairy dust on this bloated roster of losers that's going to allow them to magically get out of the first round next year other than hope, right? And the answer is probably not. This team is cooked. They're overpaid. They're the Eye of the Tiger song. They won the championship and they traded their passion for glory. All right. And now they don't have that magic anymore. So why would I run that back just so they could get embarrassed again when I could invest in younger talent that may have a good 4 or 5 year run with the final half decade of Nikola's prime? But just running it back for the sake of running it back because, they're going to get to the playoffs, Alex, we can't do that, brother.
And that's more than okay. I just want a solid game plan. That's all I'm really looking for. Is okay, cool, we're going to go underneath this, and here's what we're going to do moving forward to ensure that the year after that is going to be a success.
Do you realize they were better 2 years ago with a much worse roster? Remember how excited we were told we can't have depth like Oklahoma City. Boy, we would love to have depth like Oklahoma City, but we can't have it. Well, they made their moves. This is the deepest team we've seen around here in history. They had They had Valanciunas and Brown and Hardaway Jr. All these guys. They went 4 deep off the bench. It wasn't even close. They were demonstrably worse with all this, quote, talent. This talent is not getting you anywhere. So, I love the conversation. We'll continue to have it throughout the show, but a very similar conversation. I'm getting back into town. I'm looking at DenverSports.com as I do. I'm subscribed. I get their daily newsletter. I follow them on the social medias. And this article on DenverSports.com pops up into my feed that I checked out. And the Avalanche, not as desperate, well, kind of. They're actually a little more desperate because they have to win a cup. They're not as desperate from a roster perspective, but they're in a bit of the same pickle as the Denver Nuggets. Interesting move, possibly available to the Avalanche. Should they fire that shot? We'll get into that coming up next.
2 arrests, felony charges, excused from minicamp. Jonathan Cooper's future in Denver has never been more uncertain. Is it fair to think it's over for him in Denver?
There's some moments where I'm like, man, at the end of the day, if the law and the league don't take him off the Denver Broncos, are the Denver Broncos going to be the ones to say, this is our new standard? Yeah. And despite us giving you a $60 million contract and being a huge part of our defense, you're still gone? I just keep going back and forth. If I had to choose right now, I think he's done as a Bronco.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
DeerTrailMeatCo.com. DeerTrailMeatCo.com. We used to love to eat steak all the time, right? Like you get to show off your skills around the grill, with your buddies and just talking and chewing the fat while you're cooking delicious ribeyes or fillets or sneaky good at flat iron steaks or some picanha most people don't know about, but all sorts of great cuts of beef that you can do. Now you're priced out of it. You can't cook for an entire party. That'd be $400. You'd be lucky if you can cook steaks for your entire family for less than $100. But that could change in your life if you go to DeerTrailMeatCo.com. Here's the deal. You pick out whatever bundle you want. Start with an eighth of a cow. You can do a half cow, quarter cow, whole cow. But they're going to deliver it to your front door at a tremendous savings. And that's going to include not just your ground beef and your roast, but also your steaks and those delicious cuts of beef that make family memories so special. Those gatherings, you can afford to have steak at those. Again, they're going to deliver it to your front door, fill up your freezer, and they're going to give you a money-back guarantee, and it's going to be at a tremendous savings, maybe up to as much as 75% off as what you're paying at the grocery store. Everything you need is right there at the website. Go check them out right now, DeerTrailMeatCo.com.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Most camera installers don't offer a guarantee. Vantage does. It's called Capture or it's free. If a Vantage system misses an incident in a zone they identified during your threat zone analysis, they'll refund the entire install. That's the kind of guarantee a company can stand behind, because your security system is designed around your property first, not pulled off a kit shelf. Invest in real security for your home. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit VSSIColorado.com today. Terms and conditions apply.
Summer has officially arrived. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors wants to help you get your home ready before the seasons change. All June long, when you purchase a whole house of siding, you'll get free gutter guards, a limited time offer designed to protect your home and your wallet. Don't wait, guys. Book your project now and enjoy stunning new siding before fall weather rolls in. Visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality. Hey, it's Zach here. When it comes to home repairs or new construction, nothing should feel stressful or complicated. That's why I trust Homestrong. They make projects painless, affordable, and top quality from the very first scoop of dirt. If you need foundation repair, waterproofing, crawl space repair, egress windows, or have concrete concerns, call Homestrong. They can even turn your current crawl space into a fully finished basement within weeks. Call now or visit buildhomestrong.com for your free inspection and quote. Financing options available. You'll never go wrong with Homestrong.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Woodley's Fine Furniture, specializing in custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture than at Woodley's. Visit woodleys.com today.
You are listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right. Good conversation there with the Nuggets, which we'll return to some point here in the show. We're on for another 90 minutes here on the Friday holiday. Dan Jacobs with Dante Gomez, Alex Mateo behind the glass. So Nuggets are in a pickle. They gotta shed some salary, and I think they should shed some salary. I don't even think it's really a close call that you overpay to run back. It's just you're sacrificing the future at the expense of what feels good right now, which is silly because it doesn't even feel that good to have this bloated roster of guys that don't compete in the playoffs. But for some reason, there's this temptation to say, well, yeah, but spending less is bad. Well, not necessarily. Avalanche are in the same situation. They don't have to do it this year, but they got to pay, and make him the richest defenseman in the history of hockey, they got to pay Cale Makar. They have a lot. The Avs, crazy how they've managed to do it. They've pretty much paid everybody and stayed
Except
competitive.
for Mikko Rantanen.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, but then they paid Marty and Brock when he came back.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, so, but they've got a very talented stacked roster of a lot of salaries. Now, Bell's, it's like this year with the Nuggets, the reason they got away with that was because they extended Aaron Gordon, but it hadn't kicked in yet. And it's going to kick in now, and it's $32 million on the cap in the case of Aaron Gordon. Same thing's going to happen with the Avalanche, not this year, but next year. They're going to have to pay Cale Makar $15, $16, $17 million a year against the cap. That's a lot of money. They're already paying. They gave all those guys money. Nate's got his money. Marty Netch's got his money. Brock Nelson got his money. Kadri's playing at a little bit of a discount because his Calgary, I believe, picked up some of his money. But sitting out there is Val Nichushkin. He, according to DenverSports.com, it says, looking at the article that was published yesterday by Jake Shapiro, $49 million Avs forward now on the trade big board. The left-handed shot winger was signed after the Avs won the Stanley Cup for 8 years and $49 million. And so there's a board. The Athletic has a updated trade board, and he's up there. He's number 14 on the site's list. I blame Val and their decision. I mean, not Val himself, but basically the team gambling on Val. Much like, just so you know, guys, I'm getting shades of Christian Brown and Payton Watson here, where it's like, oh, it's a no-brainer, sign Payton Watson. Well, after one good year, not like a bunch of bad years with Dallas, he had one good playoffs for the Avalanche, and they said, yep, we got to give him $49 million in Val Nichushkin. Christian Brown had one good year. Now he has perhaps the worst contract in the league. Christian Brown does. But, we're just going to assume that Payton Watson had a good, half year? Charitable three quarters of a...
Yeah, how convenient was it that it was in his contract year
as
well?
Yeah, and we're not talking about 25 points a game. We're talking about 14 points a game. The thing with Payton Watson is one year he shot the three-point ball well. All the other years he hasn't. What do you think is the norm? I don't know. So I'm a little nervous about Payton Watson. But for the purposes of this discussion, there could be an opportunity to shed Val's contract. He simply has not produced for one reason after another. Just like he never produced in Dallas, he doesn't produce here. He gives you glimpses to make you believe, oh, man, he could be the next whatever, but that's not him. Look at what he did in this year's playoffs. And I'm sure there's an excuse. He's hurt, whatever. Get out of town with that, all right? So they could conceivably, and I don't even care if it's like what we were talking about last segment with the Nuggets. I don't need value back for Jamal Murray, dollar for dollar, or I don't need a proven this or that. I just need to get rid of that contract because I got to pay Cale. And it really isn't even the way I was looking at it, guys, and I'll let you respond. If you look at the line combinations, it really doesn't affect them until you get to the fourth line. So why would you not get rid of Val Nichushkin? Do you guys have thoughts on that situation?
On this one, I'm going to 100% agree with you. I don't see it as the same as the Jamal Murray situation, is not getting anything back. On Val, I'm A-okay, not getting anything back. If you can get rid of that salary, get it off the books, you are right that he was a big disappointment in the playoffs this year. And you look at that, was it 2022 run when they went on to win the Stanley Cup there? He was a huge part of that. He scored a lot. He was getting assists a lot. That big body out in front of the net, which the Avalanche could use in some of those more physical series. And we've seen them lacking in that series, particularly against Vegas. So So I think that it makes absolute sense to move him if you can. Don't necessarily need to bring the most in return from him, but I believe that it's his time. I don't know what the trade value is going to be for him or how much interest there is going to be. I was a little surprised to hear it was, 14th you said on the Athletics board there. That was a little surprising to me, but maybe a team out there believes that they can go out there and fix him and get him back to that 22 version of himself.
Isn't it classic? Every team thinks they can fix what's broken with a guy. It's just, we see it time and time again. And it's like with Nazem Kadri. They traded for him to make him, Calgary traded for him to be, a Nate McKinnon or whatever, like a top guy, like a number one guy. That's not who Nazem Kadri is, but then they traded for him, and then they couldn't, he had a couple, 2-3 good years in Calgary, but he couldn't live up to that hype, and they couldn't afford to keep paying him that money. I could see a team that gets blinded by the highlight reel and says, Val Nichushkin, man, he's got everything. He's left-handed, big guy, this and that. And when he's right, he's right. Maybe he could get a benefit from a fresh start here. Again, I like prospects. When the Mikko Rantanen trade went down, I think most everyday Avs fans were really upset because we didn't know who Marty Necas was and we didn't know who Brock Nelson was. Now, the hardcore hockey fans are going to laugh at you and go, see, Dan, you admit this or that. That's fine. I couldn't have told you about Marty Necas before. Turns out he's a pretty good young player. Okay, he's a pretty good player. If we could get somebody like that maybe we've never heard of, but that could actually come in and contribute on the third or fourth line while we shed a bunch of salary, I got to say, I'm all for it. Alex, you got any thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think that you're currently in the situation where it's a lot of how can we ensure that we can get Cale as much money as possible while also trying to retool and maybe, ramp up our team in a way by trading away a player that kind of has lost, I don't know, I wouldn't say his fastball, but a lot of what made him very valuable to this Avs roster was being able to kind of sit there in the middle, be that left-handed shooter that could get the puck in the back of the net. Clearly didn't do that last year. Obviously, he had a couple of issues years prior that really derailed what the Avs were trying to do when they were trying to repeat and whatnot. So knowing that he's 14th on this board, clearly there's a lot of teams out there or a couple teams out there that think maybe we can use a forward at his size. Maybe we can plant him in the middle and get that same production from him. And if you're the Avalanche, if you can move him to get a little more depth at the defensive position, which is where I think they need a lot of help. Blue line issues were rampant in that Vegas series. And I think if you can maybe move Val for another defenseman to try to kind of boost that blue line, I think there's a lot of value in that. So why not explore and why not try to keep making this team better?
Well, the nice thing is it's not like we were talking about with the Nuggets. They don't, okay, we have to trade Val because it gives us some relief for next year, but then our shot at winning a cup is out the window. No, they can make this move.
Oh, absolutely.
Make some adjustments and they'll still be the favorite to win the cup.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will add on to that. And this might be maybe a little misguided, but I completely trust this Avalanche front office to do the right move, whether that's keeping Nichushkin, whether that's moving him, whatever they end up getting in return there. I don't see it similarly to the Nuggets where it's like I'm going to be a little bit critical. If they make a great move, great for them. But I think this Avs team, I'm going to just trust that they know what they're doing. I know it's not McFarland pulling the strings anymore. It'll be Sakic kind of stepping into that old role of GM for the offseason, it sounds like at least. So I trust these guys to go out there and make the right moves, and I think Sakic, whether it's trading him or keeping him, I trust him to do it.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Avs and Nuggets are in two similar yet kind of far apart spots. Like the Nuggets have to do what Alex was talking about. They got to find a way to get one or two more cups in the next 3 or 5 years to do justice to Nikola Jokic. That's likely going to mean they take a step back next year. The Avalanche, the opposite of that. Like they got to get a cup next year, or you're going to see wholesale changes. This promising young core is now an aging core, and it was a flat-out disappointment that they didn't win the cup this year, and there will be no more excuses next year. They got to find a way to win the cup, and a part of that is probably a little bit of addition by subtraction. All right, it is Juneteenth, special holiday. Of course, that's why we're here. Dante Gomez and Dan Jacobs, along with Alex Pateo behind the glass. Rockies doing something special to honor the holiday. We have our own Justin Adams, also from CBS4. He's going to be on site with kind of a special story, something the Rockies are going to do to make something special on this holiday. We'll get to him coming up next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan's third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child, ages 8 to 14, will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp.
Buy gold and put some silver in your pocket. I know what you're thinking. Everything's expensive right now. How am I going to buy gold? It's Ron Paul. Nowadays, a lot of things are out of your control, but there is something you can do right now to diversify your retirement, and it doesn't cost you anything out of pocket. My friends at Birch Gold Group will help you convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, a time-tested hedge against inflation. Plus, in honor of America 250, Birch Gold is going to give you a special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 2nd. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898 to get a free info kit from Birch Gold and claim eligibility for this limited time offer. Again, text the word SECURE to 989898 today.
It's hot out there. Stoke here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Are you ready for one of the hottest summers we've ever seen? It might be time to cut your air conditioner and draft a new high-performing air conditioning system that will keep you and your home cool and comfortable. There are amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Colorado weather can be unpredictable, but your roof doesn't have to be. When hail, wind, or storm damage strikes, trust Colorado's Best Roofing. Locally owned and operated since 2012 and a proud GAF Master Elite contractor with an A+ BBB rating. They provide expert roofing solutions for both residential and commercial properties and work with all insurance companies. Don't wait for a small problem to become a costly repair. Schedule your free roof inspection today and get the peace of mind you deserve. Visit roofingcolorado.com.
Siltar Motors is loaded right now with certified pre-owned cars and trucks starting at $10,980. Everyone inspected, 90-day warranty, and a 5-day exchange. If you change your mind, any reason, done. Get the most for your trade-in at STHmotors.com. Takes 2 minutes and puts more money in your pocket. Shopping new? Ford and Lincoln employee pricing. You pay what they pay, thousands off. 66 years, family-owned, hundreds of vehicles. This is the deal you've been waiting for. STHmotors.com, Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Siltar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Attention, career seekers!
Denver's 26th Annual Community Employment Day Career Fair is in person on Monday, June 22nd at Doubletree Hotel Conference Center in Denver, Quebec Street from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. CityCareerFair.com and Bonneville invite you to interview with Denver area's top employers looking to fill hundreds of positions. Employment opportunities include finance, sales, management, healthcare, engineering, and more. The Career Fair is sponsored by City Career Fair in collaboration with Bonneville, Denver.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It is Dover and Cecil, Dante Coleman, Dan Jacobs sitting in for those guys today on Juneteenth. Good, well-earned day off for Dover and Cecil. We are joined by Justin Adams, CBS. I'm sure a lot of you are aware of who Justin is. He is going to be down at Coors Field today doing a pretty cool thing in honor of Juneteenth. Justin, how you doing? And why don't you enlighten me and Dan and our listeners on what's going on down there today?
Well, first of all, fellas, thank you so much for having me. Today is going to be a great day. The Colorado Rockies, they play the Pittsburgh Pirates, and about 20 minutes before the first pitch, they're going to honor a man by the name of Theodore Bubbles Anderson. And he is the only Colorado native to play in the Negro Leagues. Did so from 1922 to 1925, played for 4 Negro League teams. It's a great ceremony that's going to happen. I was very surprised that the Rockies gave me a ring and said they wanted to go and do this and want to go and have my family on the field when this happened. So I'm extremely excited to be able to see that. I hope that everyone who's listening will come to Coors Field tonight as well.
All right, Justin, that's interesting. So what's your connection? Why did they ring you up and all that stuff? Like, are you a descendant?
Yeah, no descendant at all. Actually, I spent the last 8 years working to get Bubbles Anderson into the Colorado Sports Hall of Fame. And so discovered him actually when I was just getting out of college and just heard rumors about there was this guy who played, baseball from Denver, the Negro Leagues. And I was like, well, who is this guy? And so did investigating, did some studying. And throughout the years, I was able to learn about him and had a couple of publications before about Bubbles Anderson, but it took me 8 years for him to get into the Colorado Sports Hall of Fame. And today the Rockies decided, hey, we're going to go and honor him today.
Yeah, very cool from the Rockies to go ahead and honor him. Very cool from the Colorado Sports Hall of Fame. Big congratulations to you, Justin, on making sure that happened, and big congratulations on you to be out there representing him today out at the field. Very cool thing, as Justin said. It will be about 20 minutes before first pitch. So if you're going to the game tonight, definitely get there early and be a part of that. Justin, I also wanted to ask the holiday today, what exactly does it mean to you? Obviously, the Rockies are doing their part here, but any special feelings that you have towards today specifically?
Well, it's a signal of a celebration of freedom, and it's a connection to our past. For African Americans, the history doesn't start on a slave ship to Americas, right? It starts actually in Africa itself. And so to be able to talk about the full story of the Emancipation Proclamation for those at the time living in Galveston, Texas, 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, there's some U.S. troops that go to Galveston, Texas, and let the slaves at the time know, hey, you guys are free, is important. It's huge to be able to go and celebrate, and then to go from there and know that in Denver specifically, when you go to 5 Points, it's been something that's been celebrated here since the 1950s. And so when we're able to go and talk about Juneteenth, I always say this, it's not just an African-American holiday. It's not just another day off. It's an opportunity for everyone to celebrate that we are truly all free. We truly have an opportunity to be able to live under the great lines that we have in the Constitution, to be able to go and truly have that pursuit of happiness. And so to be able to celebrate a day like today and to be able to have the Juneteenth celebration, we'll continue on this weekend in 5 Points, is something that truly brings a smile on my face, and it's something that is truly for everyone.
Now, they're going to let you down on the field, is my understanding. You're a former athlete, played at CU a little bit, and so you got your start, you got your break in, right? What about, you run over, I don't know who's throwing out the first pitch, but then you come over and say, hey, I want an encore. You think you could throw some heat from the mound?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Now, I don't know where it's going to go. Now, I can throw heat. Now, it might not be in the strike zone. They have that, that replay. After I throw the ball, you might not want to replay after I throw the ball. Okay? But it is, I would say this, hopefully they will give us a chance to be able to throw out the first pitch. I might catch it midway and then kind of, rocket it back to home plate myself.
Yeah. Now, by the way, I went out to Kansas. Well, I lived in Kansas City, but I had a friend out visiting me, and we went to the Negro Leagues Museum out there. Just what an impressive thing. I think it's underlooked when you go to Kansas City. Just something you really got to kind of take in. It's down there right next to the barbecue joints. You had a chance to go out there?
Yeah, I did. And that's actually where I met Bob Kendrick, who is the president of the Negro League Hall of Fame. And I will say this, it is one of those places you have to go to. It is one of those check marks. Like, there's Cooperstown, there's Canton, Ohio, and then there's the Negro League Baseball Hall of Fame. Like, you got to make sure that you go to these places. And just the history is so rich, and the pride is so rich, too. And the other part of it that's very important is a lot of guys who play for the Negro Leagues, they're gone now. I mean, they've passed away, right? And so to be able to have people who know the stories, who have heard the stories, who have met the guys and been able to hear the stories, that's why it's so important to be there. It's just a wonderful part of history you got to be able to go to. And again, I encourage everyone, if you have a chance to be able to come this evening, please do so. And here, let me give you one reason why it's so important, because it connects our past to what's going on today, for example. So let's go with the Rossonian. That's in 5 Points, okay? The Rossonian is owned by a guy by the name of Albert Henderson Wade Ross. Keep that name in mind, because the Rossonian is named after him. And A.H.W. Ross was a politician. He was an owner. He did so many great things, also lived in California. And so when you look at the Rossonian at 5 Points, that's literally a connection to what's going on right now with the Denver White Elephants, which was the longest-lasting all-black baseball team in Denver from 1915 to 1935. So when you have that, you're like, wait a minute. Baseball didn't just start with the Rockies. It didn't start with the Zephyrs or the Bears. We're talking about baseball that goes all the way back to the 1800s in Colorado, and black baseball that goes all the way back to the 1915s.
Yeah, Justin, I was hosting Denver Sports Tonight earlier this week with you, and we got a very cool text. I sent a picture over to you, and it was very cool. He was just very appreciative. He had not heard the story of Bubbles Anderson, and he loved that you were bringing it up earlier this week. What does that kind of message mean to you about being able to share Bubble Anderson's legacy?
It means everything. I get emotional every time I talk about it. And, I'm not crying right now, but I know this evening I will. And the reason why is because as a broadcaster and as a journalist, I love great stories. And I love that the story is being told in its fullness. And also I love the opportunity for people to be able to learn. What happened for me was that I just went down this rabbit hole. I learned one small thing about Bubbles Anderson, and I was like, wait a minute, I need to learn more. And so I've learned so many different things about the times that he was there, learning about his life, of how he died of a gastric ulcer, at 38 years old, of how he was homesick at 25 when he stopped playing at 1925. I've also learned that he could possibly be the youngest player ever in Negro Leagues baseball history. So think about this, because there's a pride factor when I look at this. When you go out to other different states and they talk about their baseball history, we could literally say, oh, by the way, we have the youngest person who played in the Negro Leagues that came from our hometown, came in Denver. Like, that's something that means a lot to me. That's a pride that comes from there. So to be able to talk about all that, to be able to look deeply into that history and to share that with others, that's what means the most, because it's not just African-American history. It's all of our history. It's all of Colorado sports history. And that's why today's so important.
Awesome, Justin. Awesome stuff. Appreciate you coming on. Appreciate you spreading the message of Bubbles Anderson. Once again, just want to remind the folks out there, if you're planning on going to the Rockies game, or if you have no plans tonight, make some plans to go out there. And you will be out there on the field 20 minutes beforehand, making sure we are honoring Bubbles Anderson today of all days. Perfect way of doing that. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate your time, man.
Hey, fellas, I appreciate you as well. Dante, Jacob, I really appreciate you guys.
All right, that was Justin Adams. When we come back, we're going to dive back into the Broncos here. We'll do a little bit of stadium talk, a little bit of what we saw out from minicamp this week. All of that coming up next.
3 years ago, the Broncos were a laughingstock. Now, back-to-back playoffs, 32 wins, and an ownership group spending like they mean it. Now Cecil's ready to say what Broncos country is thinking.
The greatest bit of news and information that I can provide today for you is merely this. Greg Penner is inevitable. Greg Penner is undeniable. Greg Penner and the Walton Penner Group and the Denver Broncos are going to be a dynasty. They just are. That sort of businessman, that sort of business people do is they excel.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
DeerTrailMeatCo.com. That's DeerTrailMeatCo.com. What it is a chance for your family to start enjoying good beef and steak again. We have our today's a holiday. We love to get together for holidays, and what that part of the special thing is you have good food that brings the family together, that keeps them talking, and it creates lasting memories. Problem is, with beef prices the way they are through the roof, that has become so difficult. Because even hamburger now, $7 or $8 a pound for a hamburger. It's crazy. Now, but DeerTrailMeatCo.com, what they do is you pick your bundle, and you can say, hey, I want this or that. Like some people, like for example, I don't like round steak. I have that, carved up into or ground up into extra ground beef. Other people like to either make those into steaks or jerky or whatever. But the point is, you also get not just the ground beef and the round. You get your roasts, you get your pot roast, all the chuck roast, all that stuff, plus steak. You can eat steak again. Ribeyes, New York strip steaks, porterhouse steaks, fillets, they'll be delivered to your front door at a tremendous savings over what you're paying at the grocery stores right now, up to 75% off. And they're going to give you a money-back guarantee. You're nervous, you're not sure if you're going to like it, you're going to love it. If you don't, Travis Willeen will give you your money back. Check them out, DeerTrailMeatCo.com.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
In Colorado, relationships matter. That's why contractors across the Front Range choose Western Pacific for doors and millwork. 35 years of quality products, next-day delivery, and fast will call service. Visit GoWestPack.com. Western Pacific, local ownership, professional expertise.
All right, Broncos country, listen up. Philip Lindsay here. And for stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation for your airport transfers and more. They're dependable, they're professional, so you can focus on your vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Give them a call today at 303-577-7600, or you can visit them online at ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Behind every door is a story. Let Weichert guide yours with expert advice and peace of mind for all of your real estate needs. Weichert, the bright choice. Each Weichert franchised office is independently owned and operated.
If you're looking for an SUV that's ready for anything Colorado throws at you, Schomp Honda has you covered with the 2026 Honda Passport. It's bold, rugged, and built for the adventurer in all of us. Whether it's a mountain trail or a Monday morning commute, the 2026 Passport can handle it with ease. And with their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, you get a fair price up front, one advisor from start to finish, and way less time at the dealership. And remember, they never charge dealer handling fees.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
A very cool phone interview there with Justin Adams, who will be down at Coors Field later on today, honoring Bubbles Anderson, the first Denverite to go on and play in the Negro Leagues. Great text here from 7592 on the RamosLaw.com text line. What a great phone interview. That was genuinely intriguing, and I had no idea about the history here involving the Negro Leagues. Excellent interview. What a treat to hear. So we've got a handful of those kind of responses there to that. If you want to go back, that'll be in hour 3 of the Dover and Cecil podcast. You can listen to Justin explain why he'll be down there, who he will be honoring, and the history of Bubbles Anderson in baseball. So very cool there. We're going to go ahead and switch gears here, move on to the Broncos. I was out there at minicamp this week. They practiced Tuesday, Wednesday, off day Thursday. Actually, let's start there, Dan. Do you have a problem with Sean Payton giving this group Thursday off from minicamp?
I don't have a problem with it per se. I had a much bigger issue with it when it was Vance Joseph or Vic Fangio or Nathaniel Hackett, or even the first year. Sean did something similar the first year. First-year coaches oftentimes actually get a little extra time if they want it. It's like a rule. They can do an extra couple days or whatever. And when you're really, really bad, I don't think you should be taking days off. I don't think you should be sending the message that, oh, everything's great here, because it's not. And it hadn't been for a long time. Now, they went 14-3. Actually, I was talking with Cecil about this. Am I wrong? They went 14-3 in the regular season.
They did go 14-3.
And they won a playoff game.
Correct.
That equals 15 wins.
Correct.
Yeah, they went 15-4.
If you're going based on college football, I think they had them all that way. In the NFL, I don't think they do an entire schedule that or entire record that way.
So they're 15-4. They won. Well, but give the man credit. He won 15
games.
No
one's taking credit away from Sean Payton.
No, I was doing this show with Cecil. He's like, I said, wait a minute, didn't they win 15 games? No, Dan, they were 14-3. They're 15-4. Those games count. In fact, a lot of them count more in the playoffs, right? So they won 15 games last year. If Sean thinks they're doing well and Bo's not playing in the offseason anyway, well, okay, that's fine. That's a benefit winners get. Losers shouldn't get that. And when you need to really work on things, I would say that they should probably be taking all the reps they can get. You know, as Zach By says, those extra 4 reps a day, you never know what that leads to, right? But
you got the drop for us, Alex?
Yeah. After
the smear campaign
smear on the show.
Okay.
After a 15-win season, I think they can get away with it.
I would agree with that. I don't know if you saw. Did you see what the Rams minicamp plans were?
Did they just do nothing?
They didn't have minicamp. Just skipped it completely. So at least the Broncos were out there 2 days getting in their work. A lot of the players from last year are back for this year. They were nicknamed the Run It Back Broncos for the 2026 season coming up here. However, introducing new wide receiver Jalen Waddle to the group. So I think it was important still to get the group out there and make sure that he is up to speed with this. Bo Nix spoke on Tuesday. He was talking about how this group is way ahead of schedule compared to what they've been in years past. And I think that's natural. We're going into, year 4 with Sean Payton here? We're going into year 3 with Bo Nix. So Bo Nix obviously has a much better control of this offense. Sean Payton has an idea of what he's looking for throughout these. So I'm A-okay with them only doing the 2 days and taking Thursday off. I'm with you, though. In years past, when they were not good, they did not earn that extra day off. They should have been out there working. So we'll see what it ends up turning into this year, but I don't think we're going to look back at, what would it be, like June 17th, 18th, and been like, if only the Broncos were out there for those 4 or 5 extra reps, as Zach By likes to say. But we will keep it moving here with the Broncos. New additions, not necessarily new additions, new roles for Bo Nix, Sean Payton, and Davis Webb here getting promoted to the offensive coordinator. Out of those three, I guess Bo Nix isn't necessarily in a new role. He's definitely assumed more control, I think, in a leadership role and being the franchise quarterback here in Denver. But between those three, who do you think is in for the, not necessarily rudest awakening, but maybe biggest surprise with what comes in their new role here?
Well, obviously Davis Webb, even if you did say rude awakening, it's going to be eye-opening for him. It's not as easy as everybody thinks it is. Calling a NFL level defense and making it better than 15 wins is a pretty tall task, even with Jalen Waddle. Now, here's a funny thing that I hadn't had a chance to talk to you about. James Merilatt for years now, a couple of years now, has been burying Sean Payton. Davis Webb will be the head coach in 2 years. They're going to try Sean Payton out to pasture. Sean Payton has shown nothing to indicate that he wants to continue to be the head coach of the Broncos. And the Walton Penner group, Greg Penner's really smart. He knows he wants his plan B. He's already skepped out a succession plan on a napkin. And that succession plan is a guy that's never called a play in the league before. He's never even been a coordinator before. So we're going to turn over our $5 to $10 billion franchise over. We're going to fire our Hall of Fame head coach, or ask him to politely go back to the booth so we can promote up Davis Webb to be the head coach. I heard all this stuff out of James Merilatt on the Dan Jacobs show. But lo and behold, while I'm overseas, Sean Payton signs an extension. Now, how could this be possible, Dante? How could Sean Payton be signing, what, was it a 4 or 5 year extension?
I think it was 3 years after what he already had.
Okay, so
it'll take him 2030, I want to
all right, so 2030 when he's going to be in the booth in 2027? How is that possible? They can't both be true. I know Zach By says a lot of things, two things can be true at the same time, but Sean Payton cannot be the head coach of the Broncos and simultaneously be retired and working for Fox at the same time.
That is true. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that James Merilatt was wrong about his thoughts on Sean Payton there, and wouldn't be the first time Merilatt has been wrong. I'm pretty sure
just ask him.
Well, I'm pretty sure he has a tweet out there about how Sean Payton will be back at Fox calling games.
Right.
And I think that should have already happened according to the timeline that he tweeted out there. This was a tweet from 2 or 3 years ago. So maybe James doesn't know everything as much as he'd like you to believe.
Also,
I'm a big James Merilatt guy, by the way.
Me too. I love James.
We are buddies off the air. I haven't really worked with him too much in a professional setting, but he is a great hang, I would say.
Well, but here's what, as you host more, you have to learn. They love it when you throw him under the bus on the air. So I love James. James comes on the show every Saturday. We're having James on Sunday at 10 a.m. It's appointment radio. But you gotta hold him accountable, right? And Zach and Stokely, they all love it. They love it when you call them accountable. Now, I don't know if Zach likes it when I bring up, or Stokely likes it when I bring up, they were talking about Vance Joseph potentially being coach of the year and all the NFL coach of the year. They don't like that, but they like it when you give them the business, and James likes it too. Now, also, I was just going to say in that tweet was also something about take it to the bank. Was Russell Wilson?
Yeah, Russell Wilson was a part of it. Was that what it was?
He won the Super Bowl before Sean Payton. Well, that didn't work out so well. But it's funny. Last time I talked to James, Russell had retired, but he kind of, spun it as that poor Russell Wilson was a victim of the establishment. Like he kind of got, a raw deal his last 2 or 3 spots in the NFL. So.
Yeah, well, James will spin it however he needs to. He is one of the better spinners out there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I love James. Best segment on the radio all week.
Yes. Well, I think me and you have done a pretty good job here today as well.
But in general, like every day you can set, every week you can set appointment, listening when he comes on the Dan Jacobs show. But no, I think we've done a great time. But by the way, speaking of that, I did an entire show with James for a few days. By the end of it, he was like, well, I don't know if I'd want to host with you every day. He was basically not having a good time. I thought we're having a good time.
I think we're having a great time as well. I wasn't worried going into the show, but I didn't know how it was going to go. I've never worked with you in this kind of setting. We've done plenty of Dan Jacobs shows on the weekends in years past, but it's been a little bit since we've worked together in this capacity. I would say it is going well. I think we have some people on the Champ Honda YouTube chat and the RamosLaw.com text line that would agree with us as well. Been reading some of those nice messages that we've gotten as well. But we have to take a break here. Unfortunately, when we come back, we will get to more of the Broncos, maybe mix in some stadium conversation as well. All of that and more on the other side.
One can't stay on the court, the other can't stay on the field. There are certain things that are putting Aaron Gordon and J.K. Dobbins in the same conversation, and neither one should be happy about it.
So is Aaron Gordon now in the J.K. Dobbins category in your mind, that it's not a matter of when he gets hurt, or if he gets hurt, it's when he gets hurt, and how long will he be out? I mean, is it, at this point, is this just the way he's going to be?
Yeah.
A part-time player, and you're going to be holding your breath, especially come playoff time, every game.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040. 303 Law 4040. I was telling you earlier in the show, it was hard. We went out of town last week. Had a hard time getting the wife, my lovely wife Kimberly, to take a little time off because she loves serving our clients at 303 Law 4040. She doesn't even want to take a day off. She loves going into the office and helping people when times are tough. That's the thing about being in an accident. Not only are you hurting, but then there's all this other stuff like, you have to miss work, or you don't know who's going to pay for what, and you just don't know what to do. And we really love to be able to say, hey, we do know what to do, and we're going to help you get through that process. We're going to make so your job is to get feeling better. We'll take care of the rest, and we're going to get you fair compensation. I do other spots where it's like, I know you don't want to sue anybody. Nobody likes to sue people, and that's not what we're all about. What we're about is making sure the insurance companies do what they said they were going to do, and they act fairly, and we will advocate on your behalf. I know I don't want you to get into an accident. I do know that accidents do happen, though. You want to be prepared. You have a lot of adrenaline rushing through your body. You don't know what to do. But if you have that number saved in your phone, you'll know exactly what to do. You'll just call us right there on the scene, 303-LAW-4040. Save that number in your phone. It's 303-LAW-4040.
Looking for a way for your hard-earned money to work hard for you? Open a 13-month CD at 4.01% APY from End Credit Union, soon to be Wings Credit Union. With a minimum deposit of only $500, a 13-month term, and a guaranteed annual percentage yield of 4.01%, your future self will thank you. But hurry, this special rate is only for a limited time. Get started today at Ent.com/CD special. Rate accurate as of June 1st, 2026 and subject to change without notice. Insured by NCUA.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. And if you need serious car repairs but don't want the hassle of a shop, All Points Automotive is 100% mobile. From engine rebuilds to transmission replacements and all the mechanical work you need, they come to you guys. To book your appointment, visit allpoints-automotive.com.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey, it's Zach here. Are you seeing cracks in your home's drywall or foundation? Call Homestrong. Their highly qualified technicians provide free inspections and quotes. With 20-plus years experience in the foundation repair and concrete industry, one thing is certain: you'll never go wrong with Homestrong.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Welcome on back. It is Dante Gomez, Dan Jacobs sitting in for Dover and Cecil on this Juneteenth holiday. At quarter number 4, we are nearing the end of our time together here, Dan. 1-0 in the U.S.'s second World Cup match here, taking a lead over Australia. I believe it was an own goal to get the U.S. That 1-goal lead, which I was pointing out, little fishy. The U.S. has played 2 games in the World Cup, and they have 2 own goals going for their side. So I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but I will take the goal nonetheless. We will.
Oh my God.
What are you, the flop?
NBA level flop. I mean, well, NBA flops are World Cup level, I guess. Just ridiculous. Anyway, yeah, is he going to die? Are they going to have to take him to the hospital?
They might.
Reconstructive surgery? He got touched on the cheek. Oh my God.
Yeah, the flopping in soccer is not for me. Soccer is not exactly my favorite sport to watch. The low scoring, the fact that you can tie, especially in this pool play round. I don't want to watch any sport where you can tie. That's just not the point of sports to me. But yes, the flopping is a little bit out of control as well. The NBA definitely has their fair share of that problem, but I think soccer is the number 1 leader in flopping.
Yeah, with the NBA, man, it's really tough to watch when they and you could fix that. Like, you can literally just take that out of the game. But they've taken the approach of the last, 15, 20 years that they believe they have to turn it into a quasi-video game product, right? Like, there's no carrying the ball, there's no traveling, there's none of that stuff. Which I don't know why. Like, we have the best athletes in the world now. They're incredibly skilled. They shoot the ball better. They're bigger. They're stronger. They're faster. But the NBA, for some reason, says we have to kind of tilt the game in the favor of superstars, and we got to take defense completely out of the picture, and we're going to allow flopping for some reason. I don't know why. Like, you literally, if you just made it so that if you flop, you miss a game on the first offense, 5 games on the second offense, a quarter of the season on the third offense. They're not going to do it, right? If you get caught, I understand they're not going to catch it all in real time, but guess what? We have replay. You can have a league flop review office that goes, all right, we reviewed all the game tape from last night. Hey, James Harden, we'll see you in a couple weeks. It would disappear, period. But they don't want to do that. Why do they think flopping helps the game? Because as a fan, when I see, first off, I don't even like when our teams do it. I think it was part of the problem with the Nuggets. certain teams like the Oklahoma City Thunder, they've kind of mastered it, right? The Nuggets are like, well, we got to do that. And then they start thinking about drawing fouls as opposed to making shots, and they can't do that. And first off, it's humiliatingly embarrassing for your manhood to be out there whining like that and trying for cheap stuff like that. But then, too, it's probably going to cost you. I don't like it even when my own team does it. I certainly don't like it when I think the integrity of the game is dramatically affected when you let cheating like that go on unpunished. It's just silly. It's an integrity of the game issue that I don't understand why the league thinks they benefit from it.
No, I think that's a great point. I don't think anybody's in favor of flopping unless you're an Oklahoma City fan.
Lakers fan. Now the Lakers are with LeBron James. The Lakers are now crying because somebody outflops them. I get out of town.
I will say in defense of the ideas you had there, I don't know how easy it is going to be to decide what a flop is and what a flop isn't, but I would like to see some sort of...
Well, there are certain flops that you see, there's no question, right?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Okay, well, I'll start with those.
That's a good point. And you know what? We're already kind of going down this rabbit hole, so let's just do NBA this segment.
Yeah, let's do it.
I will say it felt like they took flopping out of the game a little bit during the playoffs. It felt like physicality, defense is making a comeback. We've seen that in the last year and a half, 2 years here in the NBA. Then Denver Nuggets certainly lack a big portion of defense and physicality, especially when Aaron Gordon can't get out there. Is that your number one goal of the offseason to improve this Nuggets team, is to get that defensive minded guys, the length, the ability to really impact the opposite team the way Minnesota was able to do to the Nuggets throughout the playoffs?
And I like the way you put it, right? Because you didn't just say, well, athletics. They got to get more athletic, because that's not it. It's not like Jamal Murray's not a great athlete or Christian Brown's not a great athlete.
You need guys that want to play defense.
Right. You need guys that have a certain mentality and hunger to win. And the Nuggets have, to be quite honest with you, have never really had it. They had a very fortunate run in the NBA playoffs. They had very favorable matchups, and they got the championship. But even then, that year, you weren't like, well, that's a bunch of defensive-minded, steely Michael Jordans out there or Kobe Bryants that are just killers. They got their one championship out of it. They're not going to get another. They need a drastic, radical makeup culturally. And it's funny because we have like all these different arguments about, well, when are you going to hold the players accountable? Well, that's what I was talking about. If they need to gut this roster to reset a little bit out of the guys that are not winning anyway, do it, because they need a culture change more than anything else. And if you're paying Jamal Murray $50-some million a year, then that guy's going to be one of the guys setting your culture. And he's a me guy, and he's not a winner. He's not a killer. And you're not going to win championships with him. Well, how are you going to change the culture if he's the guy making all the money? You can't. And so, yeah, part of the reboot is get rid of these guys that, Brady had an all-star year. He also got embarrassed in the playoffs. You need to reset to guys that want to win, period. And now I understand Jamal wants to win. Guys that can't stand to lose. Guys like LeBron, Michael, Larry, Kobe. Guys like that. That's what we need. Because quite honestly with you, it's not Nikola. Right? Like he's not going to draw that out of other people. Right? We're making a joke about what if the Drive did a game of Monopoly on your guys' show. I would equate that to Zach. Like Zach's going to find a way to win that game. Right? Just like they talk about Michael Jordan, everything he did, whether it was shooting dice or playing golf or foosball, between practice, he wants to win.
Yeah, you saw it in the Jordan doc. He wanted to win that little dumb flipping the quarter game against the wall.
Yeah, he wants to win. We don't see that on this Nuggets roster. And to think that, well, just because they have a big payroll, that's going to change. It's not. It's not going to change when I used to always illustrate it this way. Michael Porter Jr. could not play well. He could miss some shots, and he's going to be sitting on the bench next to Michael Malone. Jamal Murray does the same thing or worse. There's no way you can sit down Jamal Murray. Well, as long as it's set up that way, it's not going to change. So, yeah, get rid of the fifth. They're going to give him $500 million total in Jamal Murray. You think he's a $500 million player? Get out of town with that. So I would say, I like the way you put it. It's not they have to get more athletic. It's like they need the right mentality. They need guys that are hungry. And yeah, I do think if you got rid of, and by the way, getting rid of Aaron Gordon is not because he doesn't have that instinct. It's just because time.
He's probably the only one that does have that instinct.
Yeah, he's one of the few, but he can't deliver anymore. Jamal Murray doesn't have it. You're not going to win with it. You're overpaying him. Get rid of him just like you did Michael Porter Jr. and give yourself a chance at at least one more championship while Nikola Jokic is still here. So, yes, I would agree. They do need to make some changes to remake this roster culturally. When people say, how do we hold the players accountable? That's how. You get rid of some of the high-priced guys and say, if you want to be here, otherwise you're next.
Yeah, and you mentioned Jamal Murray making $50 million and not, doing a lick of defense on the other end. I'm going to put Nikola Jokic. I would never accuse Nikola Jokic of not wanting to go out there and win ball games. However, the defensive effort that we saw in that Minnesota Timberwolves series was disgraceful. It was time after time, Minnesota just free path to the bucket. We're talking layups, dunks. You're not going to win a ball game when you're not making the other team shoot jump shots, shoot three-pointers. You got to be able to protect the paint, and the Nuggets have not shown the ability to do that. You're talking about a culture reset. I'll also throw David Adelman into that conversation. I don't think David Adelman's the right guy to get that feisty defense out of these guys.
Right, but real quick on that, I understand what the Kroenkes are doing. Why are you going to pay some high-priced coach to come in here when the roster's not ready? Right?
Well, they didn't think the roster wasn't ready going into the last year, though.
Right, but now they know. Now they know they're going to have to. They in their minds know they're going to have to cut this roster. So why pay Tom Thibodeau to come in here to coach a team that's kind of they need a gap year, so to speak. Now you can evaluate the team after that, and then you go get yourself a real coach.
Yeah, Tom Thibodeau is actually a great answer. He's out there. Obviously, was the Knicks head coach prior to Mike Brown taking over, winning the NBA Finals this year. But yes, absolutely, the Nuggets need to revamp their defensive mindset, revamp their defensive identity as well, with the shift in the NBA and the way that the NBA is allowing these guys to play. Particularly in the postseason, allowing a little bit more of that physical play, not blowing the whistle as much. But great little rant there, Dan, on the Denver Nuggets and their lack of defense. The 6927 on the RamosLaw.com text line, I know, agrees with you as well. But that'll do it for our Nuggets talk for the show. Maybe we'll get into a little bit more on crosstalk. We will be joined by Kyle Reese and Marcello Romano here in about 30 minutes. But for now, we will go back to Broncos, what I teased into for this segment. We will do that next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Last up, Arvada. June 26th from 2 to 6 at Arvada Beer Garden.
That was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
DeerTrailMeatCo.com. DeerTrailMeatCo.com. You've often wondered, you've been at a barbecue or a cookout and you've talking with guys around the grill and you're like, yeah, hey, you know what we should do? We should buy a whole cow and divvy it up and we'll save a lot of money. It'll be great. And you never do. Why? Because who knows how to do that? And who wants to split up a cow 3 or 4 different ways, right? You have no idea how to do that. Well, DeerTrailMeatCo.com solves those problems. If you go to their website, they're going to show you exactly how it works, and you don't have to chip in with anybody else. You can buy whatever package you want. You just want to try it out, dip your toe in, you can get 1/8 of a cow. You want to do a quarter cow, half cow, full cow, anything you want. They're going to deliver it to your front door with a money-back guarantee. The first time I did it with somebody else, I wasn't happy with the quality of it. I'm very happy with the quality of Deer Trail, and if I'm not happy, they give me my money back just like they will for you. So I want you to check them out. YouTube videos, cutting specification tools, all sorts of neat information. Check them out right now. You're sitting there with your phone in your hand. Go to DeerTrailMeatCo.com.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Philip Lindsay here. Summer is coming. Time for hikes, golf, and family adventures. But if degenerative joints or those old high school sports injuries are holding you back, discover natural, pain-free relief with Regen RX. Their stem cell treatment, PRP therapy, and shockwave therapy could be the answer to reclaiming your active life. No surgeries, no downtime, and no risk. Get a free consultation today. Text the word PAIN to 303-630-9770. That's PAIN to 303-630-9770.
In the last week of July, you'll find the superstars of rodeo at Cheyenne Frontier Days. The world's top cowboys, cowgirls, buck and broncs, and toughest bulls. Grab your hat, pull on your boots, and join in the Cowboys' favorite rodeo. Cheyenne Frontier Days, the wildest ride in the West. Rodeo tickets on sale now at CFDrodeo.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
When you've been hurt after a traumatic car crash, you don't need a sales pitch from an attorney with big promises and a loud voice. You need a team who fights for real results fast. That's why so many across the country choose the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Berg Simpson is nationally recognized, but is local right here in Colorado. So give us a call and let our team fight for the results you deserve today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Over 65 and looking for convenient primary care? One Medical Seniors is ready to take care of you. Call them at 833-312-3204.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's powered by Hellsberg. Shop and store are at hellsberg.com.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Second half of the final hour here on Dover and Cecil. I'm Dante Gomez. That's Dan Jacobs sitting in for both Josh Dover and Cecil Lammy. Well-deserved day off for those guys in honor of Juneteenth. We had our guy Justin Adams on the show earlier today. He's going to be down at Coors Field later prior to the game starting, honoring a former Denverite, Bubbles Anderson, who pitched in the Negro Leagues. If you're looking for something to do tonight, definitely head on down there and check out what Justin will be doing on the field prior to the game starting. And I also have a question for anyone out there. Is your child interested in picking up the game of football? Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan for our 3rd annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp presented by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th, so just a couple days out here, like a week and 8 days here. Sorry, not a week and 8 days, just 8 total days there. June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Children aged 8 to 14 can enjoy hands-on coaching from former Denver Broncos players like Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely. All of the staff, as well as the staff of coaches from Denver South. All proceeds benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. For more information and to register your child, head to denversports.com/camp. Hypothetical question for you here, Dan, real quick. Out of those three, Mark Schlereth, Brandon Stokely, Philip Lindsay, if you had a little boy, let's say he's 10, 12 years old, which of those three would you want him spending the most time with out at football camp?
Well, if I wanted them to have the most fun, it would be Philip Lindsay.
Okay.
I would say for sure. If
Are you going to cop out and give me 3 different answers here and why they're all...
Oh, if you let me finish.
Sorry, continue.
If I wanted my son to be the best player, I would probably go with the person that Christian McCaffrey hired personally to get him ready for the NFL draft, which is Brandon Stokely. No slight to Mark. I think Mark will do a fine job as well, and he's fun to you've seen it. When Mark goes out to events and he turns on the Mark Schlereth button.
Oh, yeah.
And he's Mark Schlereth, and he's all massive, and he's got the charisma and all. He's a sight to behold. But if we're just talking about, the best, and my son's a receiver, well, Christian McCaffrey's pretty darn good. And remember when Stokely secretly did that? He didn't even tell us here at the station.
This is the first time actually hearing of it. I have never heard of that story.
Oh, yeah. Word came out later that Christian McCaffrey was working out with Brandon Stokely to get ready for the NFL draft because he wanted to, hone in his receiving skills and things like that. So, yeah, I'm probably going to go with that guy.
I think that's a good answer. I think Brandon Stokely's probably the fair answer there. As far, I guess you could put Philip Lindsay into this too. As far as natural talent ability, I think Stokely and Philip had to earn it out the mud a little bit more. Schlereth's already this big, massive guy.
Not true.
Oh, really?
Dude, he was like a 12th round draft pick.
That is true. He went to, Wyoming? Idaho.
Yeah, no,
that's true. All three of them, I guess, have that in common of definitely had to work their way to where they got.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Now, Stokely,
I take it back.
Coach's
I'm sorry.
son. Stokely's a coach's son. He probably had the easiest path. I mean, talk about God-given ability and all that stuff. Yeah, he probably had the easiest. I mean, you're not getting away from Phil. Phil, remarkable story, crazy that he was made the run that he had. Phenomenal career at CU. Just a story people loved. The couple seasons he was here with the Broncos. No, from a pure wouldn't have thought it would have happened standpoint. Yeah, Phil, you're hands down all timer.
No, I think I would agree with that. And speaking of Broncos,
speaking of guys that didn't like to talk to the media, so Schlereth, of course, would fine his teammates if they talked to the media when he was playing, but Phil also didn't like talking to the media. He'd give you the old shuck and jive or whatever. I tried to get him on several times, and he'd always have something. But now all of a sudden they're done playing. They love the media.
Well, speaking of Broncos running backs, let's go ahead and dive into that conversation. Broncos running back room, in my opinion at least, getting a little bit full with the addition of Jonah Coleman. J.K. Dobbins obviously gets re-signed as well in the offseason, so just a lot going on there. I will go ahead and read you off the names from what we have so far. Obviously, J.K. Dobbins, R.J. Harvey, the early draft pick from last year, Jonah Coleman, the draft pick from this year, has not played yet, but looks to have a role on this team. Jaleel McLaughlin, obviously people are aware of him. Tyler Bidet, who got some snaps as well the past couple years here. That's 5 running backs. I'm sure they're not playing on keeping all 5 of those guys. How do you see this room breaking out in terms of who's not going to make the roster? And then how do you see these guys, particularly those first 3, Dobbins, Harvey, Coleman, their roles going this year?
Yeah, it's almost like hearkening back to that story I was telling you about. Oh, the Broncos have an embarrassment of riches at the wide receiver room. They're going to have some tough cuts. Maybe they may have to go with one less tight end. It's the same thing here in the running back room. They've got 5 guys, I guess. You know what you're getting out of Jaleel McLaughlin and Tyler Bidet. Not much. They'll be lucky to be on the roster. They've gotten their looks like the interest has fallen off those guys. You thought for a minute that Jaleel might be, well, if he just got some opportunities, you never know what. Nah, he's gotten opportunities. He is what he is. He's a roster filler. This is J.K. Dobbins. They need him to stay healthy. And again, similarly, R.J. Harvey, man, people were down on R.J. Harvey. I think did he not have 12 touchdowns
Oh, he had an incredible. I think he might have set the rookie record in touchdowns.
I mean,
or at least maybe in Denver.
So I don't know that he's going to be your prototypical just pound the ball up the middle type running back, but he's a weapon like Marvin Mims. Use him appropriately. He's going to be a good weapon. So I think we'll mainly see J.K. Dobbins as long as he's healthy and R.J. Harvey. And if Dobbins goes down, I think we're just going to see mainly just R.J. Harvey, with a little sprinkle in of Coleman. By the way, I was hosting with Cecil the day of the draft. Man, he came in grouchy and cranky, and then they drafted Coleman, and he was super excited. So I know Cecil never met a running back the Broncos drafted that he didn't fall in love with, but he's genuinely excited about this guy. Hopefully, he's a nice surprise, but I'm not banking on him. I'm certainly not banking on Bidet or McLaughlin to do other than anything that take a paycheck and run scout team.
No, I think that's very fair for at least McLaughlin and Bidet. I think as depth pieces, if someone goes down, they could fill in as that third, fourth running back, but I'm not expecting too much out of either of those guys. I see it a little bit differently. I think Dobbins is going to be the bulk of the carries there, followed by R.J. Harvey being that weapon. But I think
That's
if
what
Dobbins,
I just said.
No, well, I'm not. Let me finish.
You said I see it differently.
I'm going to be Cecil. Let me finish. I think if J.K. Dobbins ends up going down, Jonah Coleman turns into RB1, and R.J. Harvey keeps that kind of Swiss Army knife role where they get to use him a little bit everywhere. I just don't see it with Harvey being a down in and down out rusher, running between the tackles. I think he's better used as a weapon, and Coleman is more of that prototypical. He's a big guy. He's got some thick tree trunks, his legs there. I think he's more of the guy that fills in for Dobbins if or when he ends up going down there.
All right. Are we still going? Oh,
no.
okay.
I didn't know if you had any rebuttal to what I was saying about Jonah Coleman there. We got an extra minute here.
Yeah, it's just like Chad was saying earlier. You that's the way you see it going down. But right now, that's just you looking in your crystal ball because you have no evidence to support that because we've never seen him play before.
Well, I would say
so. It's hopeful, just like Cecil's hopeful that he's going to be a real player. You think that may happen. We just have nothing to base that on, other than they selected him, so they must like him.
I would say the evidence I'm pointing to is the lack of run game once J.K. Dobbins went down last year. Do you think R.J. Harvey's all of a sudden going to turn into this guy that can take 15 carries a game in between the tackles?
When do NFL players typically, I've been told this a million times, from year what to year what do NFL players typically make their biggest game?
Year 1 to year 2 or year 2 to year 3.
And what year is he going from?
Year 1 to year 2.
So why are you suggesting that it would be outrageous that he improves in his second year?
I think it's a body type issue.
Well, nobody said that before the season. Everybody loved R.J. Harvey, and we ran a promo that he should be starting week 1 over J.K. Dobbins. That was Mark Schlereth. Like Evans is like, well, maybe by week 5. Heck no, week 1, starter. It's just kind of they were doing that off a hope and a prayer, kind of like you're saying with Jonah Coleman. Based off what?
All right, that's right. My vision for Jonah Coleman is a little bit more of that crystal ball you're talking about.
Yeah.
But my vision for R.J. Harvey, I think, is proven in what we saw last year. We will continue this debate on the other side as well as be joined by our guys, Kyle Reese and Marcello Romano, as we wrap up the end of Dover and Cecil here.
2 arrests, felony charges, excused from minicamp. Jonathan Cooper's future in Denver has never been more uncertain. Is it fair to think it's over for him in Denver?
There's some moments where I'm like, man, at the end of the day, if the law and the league don't take him off the Denver Broncos, are the Denver Broncos going to be the ones to say, this is our new standard? Yeah. And despite us giving you a $60 million contract and being a huge part of our defense, you're still gone? I just keep going back and forth. If I had to choose right now, I think he's done as a Bronco.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040. I don't want you to get into an accident. I hope you never need to call that number. Okay? If the self-driving cars cure all the accidents in the world, I'll find something else to do. But in the meantime, accidents do happen, and we're here to help. Most of the people we work with, they've never been through a serious accident, so they don't know what to do. That's where we step in. We'll help get you care. We're going to make it so your job is just to get feeling better. We'll take care of the rest. We'll worry about insurance companies and plans and all that stuff, and you just do that, and then we're going to go, we know you're not looking to sue anybody. That's not what our clients are about. They just don't know what to do, and we're there to fight for you to make sure you get what is right, and that the insurance companies honestly do what they said they were going to do when they took those insurance premiums. We're not going to let them off the hook. Give us a call when you need us. Go ahead, save that number in your phone, 303-LAW-4040. That's 303-LAW-4040.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. What if you had the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Shop Honda keeps car buying simple. One price, one person, 1 hour means no games, no back and forth, and no dealer handling fees ever. Upfront pricing and one dedicated advisor who handles everything from start to finish. It's straightforward, stress-free, and honestly the way car buying should have always been. At Shop Honda, the experience is just as good as the vehicle you're driving home. Discover the Shop Honda difference for yourself. Visit Shop Honda today, proud partner of the Dover and Cecil Show.
If you're practicing real estate in Denver but still not getting the results you want, listen up. Agents who are winning in this market aren't guessing. They've got the right training, the right systems, and the right support. And that's exactly what you get at Weichert Realtors Professionals. Proven strategies to win more listings, technology that keeps you connected anywhere, and coaching that actually helps you close. Take your business to the next level. Call Tim Davis at Weichert Realtors Professionals at 303-302-4000. Each Weichert franchised office is independently owned and operated.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Wrapping up a Friday edition of Dover and Cecil. I'm Dante Gomez. He's Dan Jacobs filling in for those guys on this Juneteenth holiday. We will have Kyle Reese and Marcello Romano joining us here in just a little bit. Alex, real quick, I want to get your thoughts. How do you think Dover and Cecil would grade me and Dan's performance from today?
Ooh, that's an interesting one. I think they would give you guys a pretty good grade. I think overall it's been pretty true to what we do on the show. You know, maybe a little more mentioning of the tribe could have been, helpful for your case. But overall, a phenomenal performance from Dante Gomez and Dan Jacobs.
Good with that, Dan?
I'm fine with that. Yeah, that's great. I think I would expect nothing less from you, Alex. So,
Flattery will get you
everywhere on the show. You get board out producer of the day.
Oh,
you're in the leaderboard now.
High honor, top 3 at least.
Yeah,
take that, Ty.
Yeah, Ty.
Real quick, want to give an update on USA Soccer taking a 2-0 lead here in the first half. 47th minute, which technically doesn't exist in the first half, but it does because soccer is dumb and their rules are dumb. But our guy Cameron Burgess with the Alex Freeman in the 43rd minute, making that 2-0. Should be a fun second half there as the U.S. looks to keep their momentum going after an incredible opening match last week on Friday, taking who did they beat? Haiti? Not Haiti. Who did we beat?
You're asking the wrong guy.
I am asking the wrong guy, and Alex is in doing his job and sitting at the table to tell me. I forgot who they beat. They beat somebody 4-1, and now they're up 2-0 on Australia here, looking to punch their ticket to the to make it out of pool play. But we will go ahead and finish our conversation on the running backs, which we were just getting into there. So, are you just looking at Jonah Coleman as a total mystery at this point? You don't expect anything from him in year one with the Denver Broncos?
No, I wouldn't say I don't expect anything from him. I'm just not putting sky-high expectations on him yet, because if things go according to plan, he won't have that big of a role. Like, we don't want him to have that big of a role. You want to know why? Because I want J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey to be playing and not to be hurt. And that's a good thing if we don't know much about Jonah Coleman at the end of the season. Now, it's a long season. Guys go down. I think they're going to sprinkle him in. I think he's good for, 3 to 5 touches every game. I don't think he's going to be a game day inactive. If he is, you and Cecil have a lot of explaining to do. If he's not suited up every single game, I'm going to be coming and talking to you guys. But he's just, right now, he's got to work his way up, and there's nothing that says, oh, well, Jonah Coleman's going to supplant R.J. Harvey or I think I honestly heard after the draft somebody on the station floating the notion that J.K. Dobbins might have to take a back seat to Jonah Coleman. And I'm like, get out of town with that, man. Come on, let's live in reality for a minute.
Yeah, I'm not going to go to that far. That's a bit of a higher expectation than what I have. But speaking of expectations, earlier today on The Fan during the morning show, those guys were talking about Bo Nix and their expectations for him being in the MVP conversation, maybe arguing that he should have been in the MVP conversation a year ago, but definitely expecting it this year out of Bo Nix. Are you in that same camp from Bo Nix? One, that he should have been in the conversation last year, and two, that he will be in that conversation this year?
Well, he certainly didn't belong in the MVP conversation last year. I looked at his stats, and the thing is, he's pretty much top 10 already in stats, particularly the important ones, right? Like yards, touchdowns. He's there. That's
wins.
What yeah, and he doesn't wins, exactly, wins. Now, there is something to be said that there are guys that win a lot of games because they're on a good team, and there are guys that just put the team on their back and they win because of them. Bo, I think, was a middle kind of the pack, but he has a chance to take that next step. He's already top 10 in stats. Now, the one stat that a couple stats he was way down on, completions, even though he threw the ball more than anybody else, he was not very accurate. He didn't have as many completions as one might expect. We think of him as a leader, a cerebral guy, a guy that knows how to make plays. He's inaccurate a lot of the time. And also, I think he was like 28th in the league as far as like how far people go with the ball every time he throws it. Like, it's very
yards per attempt.
Yeah, it's like 6 yards per attempt or something like that. So I think he should increase those. Hopefully Jalen Waddle increases that. Now, the funny thing was Chad and John were going back and forth, and somebody had said, I think a Dover and Cecil promo, and Josh is just like, well, if he just adds 15 or 20 touchdowns, he'll be right there.
Oh,
well, duh. Yeah. And so that was kind of the conversation they're having, and Chad kind of said how ridiculous that notion is, and John kind of floated the idea that, well, I know some people are expecting, not that John was saying this, but he was saying that he knows some people are expecting, well, Jalen Waddle will automatically increase Bo Nix's touchdown total by 10, which, again, where are we getting this from? I looked it up. Jalen Waddle, as far as I don't think he's ever even caught 10 touchdowns, maybe once. Like, he's not a huge volume touchdown guy. And I don't want to hear this, well, he will open it up for other guys to get a bunch of touchdowns, because that's not what has happened so far, right? Like, Courtland Sutton's touchdowns production has dropped 30% over the last couple seasons. We don't have monster touchdown guys on this roster. So Jalen Waddle, again, expectations. Are we going to expect Jalen Waddle to come in and be something he's never been before, which is a 1,500-yard, 12-touchdown receiver. If that's what you're expecting, I think you're going to be disappointed. But if you're expecting him to be a playmaker that can really help out Bo Nix and Bo Nix's development, I don't think you're going to be disappointed. But we just get so darn excited. We're like, JoJo, the idiot circus boy, killing their magical pet. And let's be reasonable here. Evan Ingram is not going to become Travis Kelce or Kittle overnight. He's not going to get better in his 10th year than he was in his 6th year. Let's have reasonable expectations. That's where I'm kind of at on it.
Well, real quick, what was that JoJo magical pen reference?
You never seen Tommy Boy?
Oh, I have seen Tommy Boy.
He's like JoJo, the idiot circus boy, and then he kills his pet because he gets so excited.
Oh, that one.
He loves it. He massages it, and then he.
Okay.
Oh no!
Well,
I killed my pet.
I feel I'm disappointed in myself that I didn't catch that reference. My bad on that one. But no, I'm with you. I think anybody that's expecting, Bo Nix's numbers are just going to skyrocket all of a sudden because Jalen Waddle's in the building. I don't necessarily think it's
and
that.
And they're high already. Like he's already got good numbers.
Yeah, exactly. He already has great numbers, or not great. He already has
top 10
quality numbers as it is. But obviously, Waddle's going to be taking some of that production away from the other guys on the offense. It's not like they're going to go from. I think they had like over 600 attempts last year. They led the league in passing attempts. I don't think there's much room to grow going upwards. It's not like all these passing attempts are just going to go on top of that to Jalen Waddle here. So I see it more in the way you do. I think Bo Nix definitely has to improve his efficiency out there, that yards per attempt, throwing the ball down the field more. I think Davis Webb's going to help out a lot with that in terms of him molding this offense a little bit here. Go ahead.
Well, and real quick on something you said, like I don't hear this at anybody else. Like you had a very reasonable point there. Like Jalen Waddle's gonna take from somebody.
Yeah, those numbers have to come from somebody.
Yeah, we're talking about the third option. Well, do you think the third option is going to have better numbers than Troy Franklin had last year, like 700 and some yards?
No.
And didn't he have like 6 touchdowns? That's pretty good. Like, so somebody going to be better than that as the third option on this team?
I find it hard to believe. I would imagine Troy Franklin's numbers are going to go down a little bit from what we saw a year ago, where he was that second option for parts of the season, and clearly he'll be the number 3 in the pecking order here going forward with Waddle and Sutton as that 1 and 2. So yeah, the Waddle's production is going to have to come from somewhere, and to me it's about making Bo Nix more efficient because he already led the league in attempts. I hope he doesn't lead the league in attempts again. I hope that number's down from what we saw a year ago. I hope they're leaning into the run game more, which we had a dedicated conversation on the running backs here as well. But I think that you got to get that completion percentage up. That's what Bo Nix, we were sold Bo Nix, or when we were sold on Bo Nix, it was he's an accurate passer. He doesn't have the biggest arm, which he ended up proving some people wrong, that he does have that big arm, that he does have the athleticism. But the main selling point was his accuracy and the way he's able to put that ball, especially on short yardage, let's go 10 yards and under, right on the money. That's what he was known for at Oregon, all those short, quick passes. I definitely want to see an uptick in completion percentage from him. Well, and that's how he gets into the MVP conversation.
Well, and here's what I'm concerned about. Everything you said there is right. In fact, we have a new term, boverthrow, right? We never heard that before the draft. He boverthrowed him, right? So there's at least a possibility that given a full offseason of study that NFL defensive coordinators are going to look at Bo Nix and say, you know what? We're going to force him. We know he likes to take off. We know he's smart with his legs. Why don't we force him to not do that? And then what happens? If he's forced to not take off, do you think his accuracy numbers go up or down? I think there's at least a possibility that as defenses catch up, they got a full couple season sample size on what Bo Nix likes to do, and they start taking away things that he likes to do. There's at least a possibility that he doesn't get more accurate because he's in tougher situations. He's not able to run as much, and he's forced into more uncomfortable situations. I don't hear anybody talking about that. Do you think the league is just going to be like forever? Oh, yeah, Bo Nix, nothing we can do to stop him. No, they're going to start coming up with pretty decisive game plans.
No, absolutely, and that's what always happens to these young quarterbacks. They maybe go out and have a quick spark, a quick flash, but then you get some film on them. Defensive coordinators realize what you're trying to do. They try to take that away from you. But I will say Bo Nix is by no means a finished product. I think there's still room for him to get better.
Oh, but R.J. Harvey's done?
I didn't say overdrive. I think
that's what you're implying. Like, dude, is he just going to all of a sudden
more
come out
of a
and be, yeah, he's going to get better.
That's more of a physical limit, Dan, not a mental limit I'm putting on him. I'm thinking Bo Nix is done as an athlete. He's not going to get magically he already has a pretty strong arm. He's not going to automatically get this Josh Allen arm, or he's not going to get these Lamar Jackson legs all of a sudden. To me, his completion to become in, or his way of getting into that MVP conversation, he's got to figure out the mental game of it more, take off less, and really be able to dissect the defense that you're looking at. And I think Davis Webb's going to help with that as well, getting him to the line of scrimmage earlier, being able to, again, dissect what the defense is doing, make the checks at the line, get into the right play. And that was one of the issues I had with Sean Payton. I think Sean Payton's been great for the Denver Broncos, but one of the main issues I have with him is that he's unable to get the play in early and get Bo Nix that advantage of getting to the line early and really scout out the defense. I think Davis Webb is going to help a bunch with that.
Which is funny because we were talking about, I was giving you a hard time about you guys in the media go out to Dove Valley or watch practices and you all fall in love with everything. Same thing happened, by the way, from Nathaniel Hackett to Sean Payton. We heard the same thing. Oh, man, with Sean Payton, because what did they have a problem with Nathaniel Hackett? Getting the plays in, right? We had people counting down. And, Sean Payton was going to fix that. And, boy, his practices are more efficient. And then guess what happened? Turned out, for whatever reason, he's actually not that good at that either, and he's making some similar mistakes. Well, look at these guys, huh? Bonus hunting coming in on the holiday?
Yep.
Working hard.
Yes, absolutely. Sir. Joined by Marcello Romano, Kyle Reese hopping in here. This is KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, and KARS-FM Laramie. How's it going, guys? How we doing?
I'm doing great. I'm trying to figure out if this is a 4th of July shirt or what we got going on.
Are you doing Marcello's outfit right now?
Well,
the U.S. is playing soccer.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
Are you a hater?
No, I'm not a hater. I
didn't know
what holiday he was celebrating. I'm trying to figure it out. That's all.
You're talking to a guy who would like Draymond Green over Charles Barkley. So,
my goodness. Guilty as charged. Hey, you guys got a problem with Sean Payton?
I don't have a problem. I just thought the one issue I did have was that he's not getting plays in very early. He's not setting Bo Nix up for success in terms of being able to do what Peyton Manning was doing at the line of scrimmage. You think that's fair?
8 times or so.
Well, isn't that the idea behind him relinquishing play calling duties? Is that now we think Davis Webb will be better at that? We're not going to see Bo Nix screaming at the sideline, "Give me the play," right? Hustle it up. So I like the move. I don't know how it's going to play out. We're all thinking that it's going to be just a slam dunk and talking about this is going to be some prolific
Watch
offense.
I use that pronoun, we. I ain't a part of that we.
Oh, you think they're going to struggle?
Well, I'm not just automatically saying, I'm not anointing the guy like the rest of you. No. Like he's going to have to go out and earn it. But we had fun with James earlier. Oh, Sean Payton's going to be retired in 2 years because Greg Penner's already making Davis Webb the head coach. I'm like, he hasn't even called a play yet. He's not even a coordinator. Like, what? Okay.
I'm going to make a group chat, and the first delay game penalty that the Broncos get,
okay,
I'm on your tail, all three of you.
I've heard his threats before, like, I'll put you on the game list.
Ooh,
Coach Reese.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. I'll put you on the pass list to come see the team.
I was threatening you with a good time.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah.
No, I've been very high. I've given Sean Payton a bunch of high praise for what he's done and being able to turn around the culture here, but I do think Davis Webb will be better at just in terms of getting the play into Bo Nix. Are you skeptical of that even?
There's going to be some hiccups from a guy who's doing this for the first time. So I don't expect this to be like this super smooth, get off the ground, get into cruising altitude, and everything's just perfectly good. It's going to take a little bit.
Well, speaking of that, actually, I want to get all three of your guys' takes. Me and Dan have not discussed this yet. Preseason is a great time to do a lot of that testing. Do you expect to see Bo Nix out there? Do you expect to see the starters out there for any, or how much do you expect to see him, I guess, in those 3 games?
I don't know. I think it's an interesting debate on Bo Nix, especially just because if he goes down any fashion, the season's gone. Like we could talk about who you have backing him up, but he's gotten to that point now where the injury is, I'm not saying it's a red flag, but the caution flag is up, is it not? He's had surgeries after the first 2 seasons in his NFL career. Multiple.
Yeah, I just say they're going more of the Rams path anyway, where like they don't value these offseason things. Bo Nix is now your established guy. He's not like the guy getting his chance. Like he was a 15-win quarterback last season. Why would you play him much, if at all? How much is Matt Stafford going to play? Any? Right? Like why would you be playing him? a few series, but no, I don't think it's a prove Bo's back, so we give him a lot of reps. I think he will play very little.
But if you think it's going to be a little bit of a choppy start, Kyle, then both of you guys answer this before you guys take off today. Is if that's the case, say they start, and I know we do a lot of doom and gloom. Like say they start 1-4.
You're right. You guys do that. Yes.
2-4. Does Sean Payton go, hey, this experiment's run its course? And does he pull a Dan Campbell like Dan Campbell did last year in Detroit and just take the play calling back?
And miss the playoffs? I'm just saying, like, is that the move?
Unnecessary shot at Dan Campbell, Kyle.
No, I'm not. I
think you are being a hater.
No, I can't hate with the truth. That's what happened.
That's what happened, but Dan Campbell's a dang good coach in this league. The whole point of me asking about Bo Nix playing in the preseason was to get that timing down with Davis Webb, new offensive coordinator, new play caller, obviously, but also Jalen Waddle.
Oh, yeah.
We were talking about overthrows earlier. I'd like to see that get fixed up a little bit from Bo Nix and have that timing down with his receivers down the field. And you're not going to be able to just get that at practice. I do think you need the live reps, the live bullets that you're going to get in a preseason game.
Yeah, but if Jalen is Jalen, and we believe he's a borderline elite receiver,
I'd agree with that.
He's going to make the quarterback right. Those guys do that very often in the league. So,
but you think it's just walk in, plug and play? There's not this growing process that's going to have to happen?
No, I just have a little bit more tolerance for it. And Dan took the name right out of my head. Like Matt Stafford was basically, we didn't know if he was going to play because of the back deal. This is mid-August that we were having this conversation. So the question in my mind is really, how much do you need to see Bo? Yeah, you've got some new components, but it's not new. You know what I mean? It's not like these guys don't know each other. I don't have your cell phone number.
Garrett Bowles says it is. It's that new, updated offense.
Is that what it? Okay,
it ain't that old school offense.
He was taking a little bit, not on purpose, I don't think, but he was taking some accidental shots at Sean Payton.
I think he had to clarify a little bit after that.
All right, and we'll maybe talk about it on Sunday as well. But I got to get something in with these guys. Because Freshly Graded is our fastest growing YouTube
hot new
show.
digital show on Denver Sports. Yeah.
Just like the Dan Jacobs Show is the hottest new radio show in Denver Sports for 8 years running now. It's fantastic. But so Freshly Graded, obviously an homage to your heritage a little bit.
Yeah.
I just went to Ireland.
Yes.
And I got to tell you, I had the best food I had in Ireland was Italian food. In fact, so much, it was so good.
Wasn't going to be Irish food.
We went back a second night.
Corned beef and hash.
Yeah. I love corned beef and hash. But no, we went back a second night because it was so good. Top 2 or 3 pastas I've ever had in my life.
Did you change the dish? Like a lot of times, if you have something great, are you going to go back and get the exact same thing, or did you change it up a bit since you were overseas?
You know, it's funny. I wanted so badly to get the lasagna the second night, but I was dreaming about that penne. It was some sort of white sauce, wine sauce, penne with Italian sausage. Delicious.
Dang.
And so my wife didn't get it the night before. She got it that night. I was so you're right. You're like, dude, everything here is so phenomenal. Should I try the lasagna? No, I just went full glutton. Went for the same thing two nights in a row.
Did you stumble upon this, or was this a Google review or Yelp, or how did you plan this out? Or
yeah,
you
we're
like
just
the
like,
other food sucks?
Yeah, we're like, well, let's find a place to go that's also open, and it happened to be open. And it's interesting because I think it's a foreign concept to what we have here, because it's a little, very small, intimate place where it may seat 30 people at any given time, and they actually tell you that because it's European, they want you there all night. Like, your reservation entitles you to about 2.5 hours in the restaurant,
Wow.
no more. And they're not in a rush to get you anything. They want you there to take in the experience. So it's not about volume. It's not about, get you through.
Yeah.
It's about the experience and creating good quality food for every single dish, as opposed to, all right, every recipe's the same. Let's just get it out.
Fazoli's.
Yeah, it's not Fazoli's or.
Hey, don't take a shot at Fazoli's.
I'm not. I'm
I
just
grew
saying
up eating
it's
that.
different, right? I mean,
I didn't
they're
realize it
trying-
existed, actually. I moved out here, and I sent a text to my family group chat being like, guys, they still have Fazoli's out here.
Yes.
I don't think we've had them in Arizona for like 10 years, but all throughout elementary school, that was one of my go-tos.
Yeah,
I did like your discussion. Was it the nanites?
Oh, nanobots.
Nanobots.
Yeah. Are you getting a nanobot?
Hell no. No.
So here's what's going on, Kyle.
This is new Transformer.
And so
might as well be.
Okay.
I've always been expecting the possibility. The way things are shaking out, Terminator's coming true. Terminators are coming if they're not here. Eventually, they're going to overtake us. But what if, as I heard on a podcast this week, it's not just that the Terminators are coming, but we ourselves are going to become cyborgs. So 20 years from now, Kyle, you're not feeling so good, this or that. They say, well, we'll get you fixed up. And they inject you with these nanobots that take over and they rewrite your code. So right now you have a code that
you got bad feet, you got bunions, they're gone.
Right? So we're not going to age anymore. Because the nanobots are going to be like, oh, we have a little something popping up, a little cancer cell popping up here. It's going to rewire your body to say, nope, we're not producing that cancer cell anymore.
You still sleeping on those grounding sheets?
Is
that what's going on?
Well, and that might be more of the RoboCop storyline than it would be Terminator,
like
right?
Minority Report,
yes.
Whatever. So would you take the nanobot shot?
Not no, but hell no. I'm not doing that.
Well, you got 3 hard no's here, Dan. Are you going to do it? I guess I never
did you
asked
say
you.
no?
I'm not doing it.
You're not doing it? Well, not now, because right now, early AI sucks, right? Like early AI ain't nothing what they're talking about. You can't trust it, whatever. But 30 years from now?
You go first.
Well, that's why I said I don't want to be the first generation of the nanobots, because when it goes wrong, but if they work out the bugs 30 years from now, 20 years from now, and it's either go to the grave or start feeling great again, like Benjamin Button, I don't know.
I could still look this good 20 years from now.
Better.
Okay.
Better.
Well, real quick before we get out,
which, by the way, hold on. Weird thing. I didn't shave. For some reason in Ireland, my beard kind of grows a little bit white, which is strange.
Whoa.
Interesting.
See this? I don't know.
That doesn't happen over here?
No, of course not. No, I'm too young for that.
The hairs on the side of your head, were those not white before this too?
Hey, they ain't got just for men over in Ireland.
Real quick on the nanobot idea. Would that be a little asterisk on the athletes that do the nanobots? I mean, it feels like they're not tearing ACLs at that point. They're not tearing UCLs.
Didn't
Achilles
Peyton
tendons.
Didn't Peyton Manning go to Europe and threaten to sue a reporter over talks about him doing crazy?
Well, just as recently this year, Luka went over, right? After he got injured, like, I'm staying here. I'm going over there to get that stuff.
Yeah.
Didn't bring him back for the playoffs.
No.
Athletes will be the first in line, right? Like we'll have guys throwing the ball 90 yards. And what Aaron Rodgers, right? What was he saying? He was doing all that crazy stuff.
Ayahuasca.
Yeah, what he's doing.
Yeah, I think he left the planet.
The darkness retreats.
A couple times. Hey, Dante, before you take us out of here, you look good on this side of the glass, man.
Oh, I appreciate it, Kyle. Thank
Good
you,
job,
man.
Yeah.
I thought it was a pretty good show. It was fun to work with Dan. He makes it easy.
Oh, I had a great time. Well, you guys take us on home.
All right, man. That's it. That's it for Dante and the judge. We appreciate them. When we get back, Kyle and I we'll preface what we're going to talk about over the next 4 hours. Kyle and I, we got Bex in the house, who's normally here with us on Sunday as well. We'll do all of that coming up next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
DenverSports 104.3 The